He ain't drunk, I'm calling it. Are you insane? Brother, he's not drunk. He's on a different level, okay? He's not like he's not so drunk that he has to throw up right now, but he is absolutely fucking obliterated, brother. Because if this is just his normal status, he should not be allowed to own a gun, let alone operate a fucking vehicle. Okay? He can't stand up straight, brother. What are you talking about? He has just had one.
It's a hog trying to defend him.
Yeah, just to take the dude. I get it. Have you never been anxious? It helps you focus. It takes away the anxiety. Just one road soda. Just one for the road. Well, he had 4 by his own admission.
Don't do this.
4 is definitely a DUI.
You know what nystagmus is. You told me that. Onset of nystagmus, yes. Okay, onset of nystagmus prior to 45 degrees is one of the things. Okay, but I really need to know what you drank, where you drank it. Was that
Alldayerrydaybaby? I can't remember what the fuck it's called.
brewery?
No.
Was it a bar or a restaurant?
No,
Or?
it's Oceanside.
It's all right, Scott. What did you do there?
I had 3 drinks.
Okay. What did you get?
I don't know, the bartender made it up.
Was it like a cocktail, like a mixed drink or a beer?
It's a cocktail. Nice.
Like whiskey, vodka, tequila, rum, gin?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't know if it was like...
And I have not drank in weeks.
Did you eat
What? You just said you had 3 drinks. What do you... Pick one. Pick one.
today?
You fucking weird liar. You're just like lying to his face. Do you just not realize that you're like dead, caught red-handed? Just tell them. They want to help you. Well, they don't want to help you, but they want to like at least see if there's some causality for why you're driving your kids around wasted, fall down drunk. Why? Oh yeah, this weird one. Purchase prizes. Still not play selected. Maybe this game's really good, but I don't have the time. I'm going to leave now. I have done all of the Mog House stuff, I believe. Is that all done? Okay, yeah. So we're going to leave. Got to go to dinner here in 10 minutes, and I'm going to do the New World queue when I get back.
What'd you eat?
I made the boys pancakes.
This morning?
Dinosaur pancakes. And
Dinosaur pancakes.
I don't think he knows, brother. I think you got to come up with that on your own.
Pancakes, that's what they're good.
Okay. All right, Scott, I need you to come back here with me, please. I'm not going to do this in front of your kids, man, but you got to come with me. I'm not going to do it if now you can put your hands back there.
No, you're being arrested now.
Okay, don't squeeze my hand. Let go.
Look, he's even like being nice to him, even after all that bullshit and combativeness. He's like, no, I'm gonna try and preserve your dignity in front of your kids.
Okay. I was gonna do this away from your kids, man. If you're gonna pull away from me, then I'll do it in front of them. I'm not fucking moving.
You're gonna act like a child, and you can do this with dignity, or not at all.
Just relax. Are you kidding me right now?
How was this resisting non-violently? I mean, he was being argumentative, and under normal circumstances, violently resisting arrest would be literally up to the cop. I think I've like a obstruction charge or a non-violent resisting arrest charge is like oftentimes when you have like an annoying elderly adult or like a child or something. Okay. Like not even a child, usually just like an annoying elderly adult that cops still want to hit with like additional charges. But the difference between like a violent obstruction charge, like a violent resisting arrest charge, and a non-violent one is also entirely up to how nice the cops are to you.
Well, sir, I'm doing my job today. Try to keep your hands turned the way that I have this one. Your left hand right now. Okay. Try to do this. Sit.
Also, you know they annoyed him because they didn't do the...
All right, this is enough of this. I sat on this for too long. Oh yeah, that whole Phoenix Jones thing. Oh no. $2,500 peaceful protests. They've been shooting fucking like Haitian drug boats or something, or no, what was it? It's yeah, it's I forget the name, but yeah.
What's up, guys? It's been a hot minute. What's new with 7 Days to Die? Twitch drops. That's a thing. It's been nice to see like my streamer friends get like giant boosts in their streams. Some pimps are starting to go down the Twitch drops and the microtransactions and DLC road. A lot of people have a lot of feels about that, and my personal opinion, well, it doesn't really matter. But if it allows them an opportunity to hire the right people to do the right things to make the game right, then it's right. As long as it doesn't turn into like a pay to win situation. So those armors were advertised as being complete and being in the game and going to be in 1.0 when it released. So they admitted the armor out of the 1.0 update and then sold it to you. That's a sleazy business practice, and it's not something that I could really get behind. This October 1st was a 2.4 stable. They fixed the ability to jam your vehicle into a cop car and have it not trigger a zombie, which was a brilliant thing. I mean, that was just a brilliant thing. I suspect maybe 2.5, maybe, and then 3.0. And in 3.0, we're going to see empty jars, yes, but there's more. And I'll get to that in a second. A new smell system. The thing about calling it a new smell system, it's not new. It was removed, and now they're selling it back to you. This is
Okay, guys, I gotta stop here. I gotta take the trash out and go to family dinner. I'll be back in like an hour and a half, something like that. Thank you so much for your time. I'm gonna go have some stew. I love you guys. I know you're scratching me, and I know you're pushing it with me, and I don't want you to do that, kitty. So don't do it. Don't scratch me. Oh, lovely kitty. I love the kitty. Lovely kitty. Don't scratch me, kitty. Ah. Okay, we're streaming. We're going to do a 2000 Q. Play other games. Ouch. Stop scratching me, kitty. We're going to kick you off me. Good kitty. Ouch. Stop scratching me now. Stop it. Stop it now, kitty. Better. Thank you. Oh, you dirty kitty. What trick are you trying to play now? You duplicitous kitty. What are you doing? What are you doing? Purr 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 purr. Purr 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 purr. Well, I'm still no. I'm in like a site. Disable light background. I think I want to tell it to just not do light background anymore because it's driving me crazy. Light mode transparency should be just off. I want full transparency or whatever. But I don't want, like... Oh, gotta log in. Dinner was good. It was a really good, rich, hearty beef stew. What you doing, kitty? Hello, the kitty. What the kitty doing? $2,500. Gotta set the clock for this one. Where's the clock? At least I have an alarm. It is helpful.
Well. It turns out that millions of people hate Kanks and came out peacefully despite little Moses Mike Grinder Johnson and Caroline Lovett and Demon Queen Scott Bessent lying their faces off saying it was going to be, these crazy terrorists. And I was at the New York rally. Pumps, were you in Houston?
I was in Houston at the Houston rally. It was extremely peaceful. I really felt like people love democracy. You know what I mean?
I do. I love
got that
democracy.
vibe.
Yeah, I think that what we're seeing here is the MAGA movement has always been exaggerated. And Kylie, I sent you a screenshot of the No Kings rally juxtaposed to Kanks's inauguration, the first one right here. So on the left, you have the No Kings rally. Look how crowded. I would call this a erect penis crowd. And then on the right, you have Kanks's first
Erect penis crowd. Yeah.
inauguration. And this looks limp dick energy to me.
Limp dick, for
That's a
sure.
limp dick if I've ever seen one. And you may remember Kanks 2.0. He packed his toys up and moved his inauguration inside because he knew that it was going to
Packed
be
his toys
abysmal.
up.
And so if they were so popular and weren't made up of bots that their oligarch friends, Zuckerberg, Musk, put into all of these machines, all of our social media stuff, you guys, they would have a huge counter rally, but they can't because they can't get the crowds. And when they have rallies, here's what happens. People beat up cops with American flags. People take a shit in the Capitol. That's what happens. Or they wear hoods and they say, they shout white power or Jews will not replace us. And then they have Nazi flags and Confederate flags. So they can suck it. They can totally suck it because the majority of the people in this country are not scared little titty babies that are scared of these dorks. Little Moses Mike Grinder Johnson, that's my new nickname for him, and I will not abbreviate it. It shall not be abbreviated, unlike Kanks, you get that. But little Moses Mike Grinder Johnson, the big Christian, out there just lying. He's out there lying today. Kylie, play the clip of little Moses Mike Grinder Johnson, the one that I sent you where he's saying it would be easier, basically insinuating if we had a king.
Be with you. Thanks.
So let's start with the No Kings rallies. You called these Hate America rallies. What do you mean by that?
Well, that collection of folks that I listed were certainly part of it. We congratulate them on a apparently violent free speech exercise. I was a First Amendment lawyer for 20 years. We defend that right.
Really?
But the irony of the message is pretty clear for everyone. If President Trump was a king, the government would be open right now. And if President Trump was a king, they would not have been able to engage in that free speech exercise out on the mall, by the way, which was open because President Trump hasn't closed it. In the last shutdown, 2013 era, President Obama closed the National Mall, closed all the national parks, didn't allow people to engage in all this. So, I mean, they needed a stunt, they needed a show. Chuck Schumer needs
2,500 protests is a stunt,
cover, and this was
a show.
We'll get to the shutdown, but
2,500 protests.
What? He needs political cover. Okay, that's here nor there. Mike Johnson is the biggest fucking asshole on the planet. The only person I
Boehner's worse.
Caroline KKK Levitt. I hate her so much.
Yeah.
But this guy,
Boehner was worse. Boehner was way scarier.
Bullshit. You were a pedophile.
Boehner was a really bad
AKA,
man.
look at the dean of the law school you were at. So
he taught Mike Johnson how to be who he is.
More. We know who you are. You've told us.
Which one's worse, Darth Vader or Darth Maul? Well, Darth Maul is young and, you know, committed and scary, and he has a dual lightsaber, and he's scary when he comes at you, you know, because he's training and he's hip and he's young and dedicated, and he doesn't speak, he just does what he wants to do. Darth Vader talks a lot and stumbles around like an old man and is kind of slow, and like a young boy can outfight him or whatever. And like that's the difference. It's sort of weird. Like John Boehner was the fucking was like Darth Vader, like Darth Vader. Mike Jones is like Darth Maul. They're both really, really bad fucking Sith to fight for different reasons. But I fear Darth Maul a little bit more because he's just younger, you know? A little bit more aggro, a little bit more fit, and a little bit more evil. Like directly, totally under the spell of the dark side. And and I think I would prefer a John Boehner over a Mike Jones or whatever his name is. What's his name? I can't remember. There's this old rapper named Mike Jones, and every time I hear Mike Jones, I also hear Mike Jones. Mike Jones was a pretty good rapper. He wasn't like, you know, really that good, or he would be really famous like Snoop Dogg, but he was a good rapper. Mike Jones I think he was from Texas or something like that. Every time I hear fucking Mike Jones, I think the rapper, Mike Jones, bitch. Every time I hear Mike Jones, I think of the rapper Mike Jones, right? Isn't that his name? I think that, yeah. The rapper, Mike Jones. Is he a rapper? I can't remember. Yeah, Mike Jones. The rapper Mike Jones is this guy, right? You can love me or hate me, but you can never replace me. It's true. You can love him or hate him, but you can't replace him. No. It's Mike Jones and Paul Wall, bitch. They're like Southern they're crappers. They're country rappers, you know. And yeah, he was from Houston, Texas. Yeah, see, I know Mike Jones. Yeah, like Mike Jones, he came on pretty strong in the 2000s and stuff. Was still tipping, and and you know, and every time I hear Mike Jones, this is the image that I'm gonna see. Every time I hear Mike Jones, I'm like, what? Like the rapper? Every time I hear Mike Jones right now, if you type Mike Jones without the word rapper. No, Mike. What's is it? Mike Johnson or something? What's the name of who's the leader of the House? Who's the leader of the House? I can't remember. Mike Johnson. Sorry. Every time I hear Mike Johnson, I think of Mike Jones for some reason. I guess because their names are very similar, but it's not funny. Not funny like I thought it was. Every time I hear Mike Johnson, I think Mike Jones and Paul Wall, bitch. Mike Jones. And every time I hear Mike Johnson, I'm like Mike Johnson, right? And I think Mike Jones, you mean like the rapper? I get this image in my head. I've seen this image before. Every time that Mike Johnson's name comes, for some reason, I'm like, it's Mike Jones and Paul Wall, bitch. Like, for some reason, it's so dumb and insane. There's no reason. The joke's not even funny. Like, I'm basically a crazy person. There's no real relation between Mike Johnson and Mike Jones, except for the word Mike. But every time, but I'm just telling you, every time I hear the word Republican Speaker Mike Johnson, I'm like, Mike Jones, bitch. And I get this image in my head and I'm like, oh man, I hate Mike Johnson. I really hate him. But John Boehner was worse.
You're a hypocrite.
God damn it. It's like discussing Sith in Star Wars. It's like, which one's worse? Is it Count Dooku fucking Peter Thiel? Or is it, you know, is it Darth Vader, Donald Trump? Is it a weird Peter Thiel, Palpatine we're fighting? Or is it like an Elon Musk Darth Maul? Like, it's weird. It's like weird. They're all fucking freaks and I don't like them. Oh, yeah, don't disconnect me from the queue. Don't disconnect me from the queue. Don't disconnect me from the queue. Don't do it. No, I'm only 500 up. How is this possible? Move the queue faster. I've been playing today. I'm a real player. Let me play. Everybody else is games media. Don't let them in. But let me in. I'm games media and a streamer. Let me in. Let me in. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not games media. Fuck the games media. They don't have any clue. I'm more games media than all of the games media combined. I can talk to you about all the new games. I can talk to you about all the old games. I can tell you which ones are good. I can tell you which ones are going to make it and which aren't. And I can be skill up way, way better than skill up. But the difference is I don't play bad games. As I queue into New World. I'm so funnies.
You're a cruel dick that likes Grinder. That's who you are.
Yeah, the DL Demon Queen contingency in MAGA is something.
There's a fine line between making fun of them crashing out the fucking Grinder rap during their Charlie Kirk funeral, which we didn't make up. That's just the goddamn truth. It just happened. And shaming them for being gay. And you keep bringing up the Grinder rap. And I know why. She wants to shame them for being in the closet and being so homophobic at the same time. But it's still homophobia. When you mention the Grinder app over and over and over and over again, it's funny when it hits topically, like, oh man, the RNC crashes the Grinder app. We didn't know. And it's funny for a couple of days. But the minute that you start bringing it up about every time about the Grinder app or whatever, it becomes homophobia. It's weird. Like, we all know that they're in the closet and they crash the Grinder app every RNC and Charlie Kirk hullabaloo. But, like, that's okay. It's not something I want to shame them over. I don't want to shame them over the Grinder app. I just think it's funny how fucking regressed they are. But so that would be a joke that you could hit them with over and over and over again. Oh my God, they're so regressed. These regressed right-wing hipsters or whatever. And that would be funny over and over and over again. But just saying Grinder app over and over again is just homophobic. It's weird.
Pumps myself and all of
Who cares if they crash the Grinder app? I thought it was funny that when it hit the news, because it's like, we all know they're like weird, closeted, fucking like bigots. It's weird. We don't know why, but the piece of, like, I don't know why, but like, I swear to God, they get some fascination with something, like being gay or something, and then they shame it for like 30 years while they crash the Grinder app. And that's okay, but it's weird because you guys are the ones who try to shut down gay marriage and shit like that. You know, so it's fucking weird that you crash out the Grinder app. So we can talk about that over and over and over again, how you crash out the Grinder app because you're regressed and you are like hating this thing that you constantly target in the news, like LGBTQ. I'm sorry, drunk. LGBTQ or whatever. And all that shame and like in all the news cycles and all this, but then you crash the Grinder app. That's funny, and you can say that over and over and over again, how you're regressed and you keep crashing the Grinder app as you talk shit about trans people, right? But just saying the Grinder app, in the Grindr app, right, is homophobic. It's weird. It's just implying that they're gay. It's okay to talk about the unhinged cartoon character levels of regression and denial and troll them over that. But it's not okay to troll them over being on the Grindr app. Does that make sense? Yeah. I think people think that I'm homophobic because I use the word F it to describe straight rich white men all the time. But honestly, no, I'm far more likely to actually argue gay rights than I am probably gay people, frankly. I don't like equality. And I see it all the fucking time, and I don't like it, and I don't want it, and I don't like it in my fucking country, and I'm not going to put up with it, you know? Bigotry and inequality all the time. It's like a law now. It's fucking stupid. And so, yeah, you can troll them all the time about their regression, but that's the word you should use. They're regressed, you know? I mean, what is regression? It's like when you forget something happened or you deny that something happened when it obviously did. What is regression? It's like a return to a former or less developed state, where it's like they're they're repressed. I'm sorry, I keep saying regression, but I actually mean repression, right? They are repressed. They're like, repression is a weird psychological term. It means the unconscious blocking of unpleasant thoughts. And they are repressed. They think the gay is unpleasant, so they constantly self-suppress themselves as they crash the Grindr app. And so the repression is funny out of the psychotic, just broken right-wing mind or whatever. The repression of the women, the repression of gay people, the repression of people of color in the right-wing circles and in their chats and in their Discord messages and such. And like the repression as they crashed the Grindr app in their Charlie Kirk funeral, which seems weird. It's like, was something about Charlie Kirk's death really big in, the dating scene? Because when I show up to a funeral, I just don't really think about a whole bunch of fucking. That's just not really on my mind. Now, it might happen in the natural course of events. You might fuck your partner or whatever on the night of a funeral or whatever, or the night before a funeral. That might happen. But when I think of Charlie Kirk's death, I don't think of like a bunch of repressed people crashing the Grindr app. But that's what happened. And that repression is hilarious, but you need to say the word repression. Their repression of their own homosexual tendencies is hilariously, it's like denial is not a river in Egypt with these people. It is hilariously fucking like repressed and fucked up and weird and twisted and hatred and all types of weird shit. And they do weird stuff because of their repression of all these weird, unpleasant thoughts to them or whatever. Their daddies told them that gay people are bad or whatever. So they just repress their own natural tendencies their whole entire life till they fucking rage out against trans people being in the fucking military or whatever. And then they fucking crash the Grindr app the night Charlie Kirk dies. And this shit is so weird. Now, it's okay to troll the repression, but if you don't use the word repression and you just say Grindr app like she just did, it's homophobia. Because we're not making fun of them for gay. We're making fun of them for repressing it. Because it's something crazy, shitty, weird, two-faced fake people do. Repress their own sexuality or whatever. That's a weird, talented Mr. Ripley thing that just isn't weird. It's weird. It's fucktown territory. It's weird when people self-repress their sexuality. These people do that in spades all the time. They talk shit about gay people and trans people at their Charlie Kirk rally after Charlie Kirk gets shot in the neck for talking shit about trans people while he was being shot, I mean, while he was being shot, full blown. I'm sorry, while he was being shot, he was still spewing anti-trans hatred. And it's fucking weird because while that was happening, I'm sorry, no, the next day, all these Republicans came to Phoenix, Arizona, or whatever it was, wherever his thing was. I forget where it was. It was in Chicago. I don't know. I don't remember where the funeral was, but they all descended on the funeral. And they crashed the Grindr app, which does sort of like indicate some level of repression, because if I'm there to mourn the loss of a fellow fucking fascist or whatever, I'm not gonna think about butt sex on the Grindr app so much that it crashes the app. But I mean, that's who these people are. Now that's okay, because we're you know, the repression of their own sexual tendencies is an indication of how fucking crazy their whole community actually is. I don't care if they're gay, and I don't care if they crash the Grindr app. That's fine. You guys drop it like Grindr app. But I mean, it's a little bit more of a nuanced thing than that. The Grindr app usage is totally fine. That borders on homophobia if you shame them for that. It doesn't border on it. It full-blown does. It is homophobia to shame them for using the app. It's not homophobic to shame them for how repressed they are. And so I want to hear out of my fellow liberals the word repressed every single time you say that word Grindr app, because, you know, not every single time, excuse me, but every time the Grindr app thing getting crashed comes up in the media, I want you to talk about repression. If you don't, it's just homophobia.
That likes Grindr.
I've had a lot of gay friends, and I can sniff out homophobia in the wild really easy or whatever. And it's like, trust me, if you don't fucking actually bring up the fact that you are talking about, so if you don't bring up the context, you're just bashing Grindr. Do you get what I'm saying? If you don't bring up the repression context and how fucking fucked up it is, like a South Park episode, it just appears like you're bashing on Grindr. Would you like her to hear her say it?
Please do not shove shit in our mouth anymore. We know who you are. You've told us. You're a liar. You're a hypocrite. You're a cruel dick that likes Grindr.
There it is. There's no hint of the, like, you know, the troll over the repression that these psychotic right wing have about queer identity, or whatever you want to call it, homophobia or whatever. They don't seem to like homosexuality. I've never really understood it about them. Like, a quarter of the world is gay or something like that. That's like saying you don't like women, and they do that too. I've just never understood that. That's like, okay, you just don't like 25 or 50% of the human race, I guess. That should go well for you. This is what I said to Begon last time he started up with any hate speech. I was like, man, you remember how they kicked like 50% of the fucking Mexican labor force out of this country? That'll go well for America, losing 50% of the fucking country's workforce. Oh boy, you guys really hate the Mexicans, don't you? And I was drunk and just laying into them. But I mean, like, it is like that though. It's weird. They are like that. It's weird. Their racism, they'll take it to the grave. They're fucking weird like that. So when you just say, oh, you like Grindr apps, it's like you're accusing him of being gay and shaming him for it. You have to bring up the repression. Otherwise, it is homophobia, and it actually set me off. It triggered me, didn't it? A liberal fucking triggered me because it was pure, full-blown, undisguised homophobia. I'm going to unsub from her channel. It kind of is. It's like, the minute she's like, Grindr app, I was like, oh, there's a really unpleasant homophobic white lady who doesn't like gay people, or she wouldn't talk about the Grindr app with such derision. But I mean, I think she's actually talking about the repression, but a good speaker would mention the word repression. Otherwise, you're just bashing gay people. Listen to her do it.
That's here. You're a hypocrite. You're a cruel dick.
There are all these things. They are, but then she tosses in this weird thing at the end that triggered me.
Told us you're a liar. You're a hypocrite. You're a cruel dick that likes Grindr. That's
okay. So, okay, you're a leftist. Do you dislike people that like Grindr? And it's weird because it's like, Jesus Christ, like I can turn left faster than Hassan. I'm more woke than all of these people combined, I think. It's weird. I can detect their inbred fucking sexism and racism and homophobia. It is weird. It is strong here. She was like, you like Grindr app. And it was like, damn, white lady Karen or whatever, show me on the doll where the Grindr app touched you as a child or whatever. It's not, and it's weird because the derision that she's got for the Grindr app, she probably doesn't have any derision for the Grindr app. She's probably never been to the Grindr app. She doesn't, and neither have I. I don't know what that shit is. She probably doesn't either. So it's sort of like where she's got this derision for the repression, right? But when I watched her deliver the content, it just came across as homophobia because she's like, Grindr app, eh. And I'm like, what do you care about the Grindr app? Grindr app's fine. That's just a communication device. Like, what's that shit where you swipe left or swipe right? I don't really use that either. Yeah, I can't even remember the name of the fucking apps because I don't use them. Sorry. So it's not like I'm afraid of apps or I'm a Luddite or something. I've used all the apps in the fucking world, but none of them worked well. None of them did their job or whatever. And I've never been to Grindr because I'm not gay. So it's sort of weird. But she has this derision towards Grindr, and it's weird because my derision is towards how repressed they are. But I don't give a flying fuck if they're on Grindr. I just think that's funny, you know? Good for them for networking or whatever, you know? I don't care that they're on Grindr, but your derision for it appears to be homophobia for me. And if I was in public with you, I would lecture you. I'd be like, no, dude. The proper nomenclature here is not Grindr app. It's repression, because the Grindr app isn't something to make fun of them for. That's homophobia. Repression of the Grindr app and the denial of it as they attack trans in their Charlie Kirk funeral is funny, and it is something we should kick their ass over and be like, fuck you, you weird homophobic shitheads, right? And you can move on and be far, far nastier than making some offhanded little sly comment about Grindr app. But the problem is, it's not homophobia to think it's funny that they all went to the Grindr app. It's thinking that their repression is so fucking crazy that they're kind of like, you know, they're like not mentally ill, but just funny. They're like comedic. They are comedically repressed. They are like, the right wing is comedically repressed, like full blown. Like they'll talk out of one hand, out of one side of their mouth about how they don't want trans athletes and shit like this, and then they'll talk about out of the other side of their mouth about how Charlie Kirk shouldn't talk about trans people like that. And it is comedically repressed. It's comedically repressed. We can hit them on this all day long, and it's not homophobia. If you just shout Grindr app, Grindr app, that's homophobia. And I would have a serious problem with anybody saying something like this around me. I used to you wouldn't call it a woke circle. It's something about not wanting to fucking oppress or be negative towards any oppressed peoples at all. So when you say Grindr app and you just drop Grindr app like it's like out of context and stuff, it sounds like you're just suppressing gay people, and it triggered me.
The deal.
When the most left people in the world fucking trigger me with their homophobia, I'm like, I think I'm progressive now. It's weird. I'm almost right wing with how uptight I am about woke, and it's weird. I'm almost right wing about it, and I'm like, nope, you can't make you can make fun of the repression. You can't make fun of the Grindr app. That's homophobic. You know? Am I wrong? No. It's like woke police shit. It kind of is. It's like woke police shit. I'm woke policing the most two leftist women on the planet or whatever. But it is woke police shit because it's like if you make fun of the fucking Grindr app, you're just making fun of gay people. That's what it is. It's the kind of joke you would hear on Fox television. It kind of is. But you can make fun of how repressed they are all day long. You can make fun of how crazy they are. You can't make fun of how gay they are. That's the social contract. I'm terribly sorry. You guys wrote it, not me. Your whole generation of goblins or whatever has fucking written these rules, not me. I don't give a flying fuck about these rules. I'm just telling you that you should play by them if you want them to be rules. You said that we can't make fun of gay people if you're woke or whatever. You appear to be the most woke people on the fucking planet. But it's weird because you go after that Grindr app like full blown like a right winger. Be like, your grinder app. And it's like, that sounds like a weird, underhanded, homophobic comment from a goblin.
Demon queen.
You know, they say politics are for ugly people. I'm sorry. So politics are showbiz for ugly people. And sometimes I see these ugly moments out of these people that I'm not even sure they're aware of. But if I was sitting in a room with a gay person and I was sitting next to them and we both heard them say this, I would be like, I'm sorry. Which is weird. I'd be like, I'm sorry. I can't believe how homophobic that comment just was. I wouldn't say it like that, but I would act like that. I'd be like, nothing wrong with the Grindr app, by the way. I would make the pointed comment. I'd be like, nothing wrong with the Grindr app, by the way. The repression is hilarious. It's like, you know, okay, you know how they kind of made Jamie Gunn, or was it Gum? I think it was Gum, something like that, from Silence of the Lambs. It was like a trans person that went completely crazy and killed a bunch of people and like stole their skin and shit like this, like the original fucking, you know, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre or whatever. I think about that all the time. I'm like, a bunch of fucking people that used to watch Silence of the Lambs on A&E or whatever, AT&T, or not AT&T. Not A&E, what is the other one? AMC. You know, there's all these triple letters. It's hard to keep them all straight. So it's like, you saw Silence of the Lambs in the theater or on the movies or on the television screen. And now you're terrified of trans people because you think that all trans people are Jamie Gum. And honestly, no trans people are Janie Gum. Not really. Maybe that guy who shot Charlie Kirk is. But like the rest of the trans people aren't like that. But you attack them all day long. So then at this point, you look like weird Nazis that have issues with fucking homosexual people, which is fucking weird. So then I call leftists on their anti-gay stuff, which is so woke and so PC thug and so PC principle that it drives me fucking crazy. But that's what South Park was talking about with PC principle, is I have a PC principle, which is that it's not really kosher to just troll the fucking Grindr app is one door down from homophobia. It's kind of like, it's kind of like saying like furry will never be considered normal because it's like one door down from bestiality. It's not bestiality and it's totally legal, but it is one door down from bestiality, pretty much. It's not that far from the imagination of having sex with animals, right? So furries are totally fine, not illegal entities, not bad people, nothing at all. But the problem is, when it's one door down from that, you get this crazy repression where it's, like, so they said Jamie Gunn was this terrible killer that was trans, that didn't have a gender, was just completely nuts or whatever. And this is how they always portray trans in fucking movies. It drives me fucking crazy. That's just not the fucking case. It's just not the case. So then some Mario Vassar fucking Hollywood types or whatever portray trans as this weird thing. And it does twist like the fucking public's view of it, especially the right wing, who are horribly comedically repressed. And we know this because they crash the Grindr app just like the leftists do. Every time they go to DNC, every time they go to the RNC, they crash the Grindr app or whatever because they are comedically repressed. They have to speak out against gay people, but they are gay themselves, most of them, and that's weird. We can troll them over that. That is fucking, it's weirder than Jamie Gum. Jamie Gum isn't a reality. It was a paint job to make trans look bad or whatever. And it was just like, oh, this person hides genders so they can, it was a weird, sick fucking metaphor they were using in Silence of the Lambs. It was a good movie, but it was also a weird, sick metaphor, is that like gender bending people can commit sociopathic fucking serial killer murder and use a gender to hide. But I mean, Jamie Gum didn't use his gender to hide in that movie whatsoever. I think he was like a quiet voice in the back of the van as he clubbed somebody in the head. And then he was like the guy in the house with the night vision goggles, or the guy kidnapping the lady and keeping her in the well or whatever. But he was never this weird like dude who uses his gender to hide from people. That was just part of the Jamie Gunn or whatever, like, lore. But the problem is, I swear to God, this left this crazy conviction in all of America's head, pretty much, that trans people were somehow these weird, like unchartable numbers that can't ever be sussed out or whatever. It's just sort of weird. It's fucking crazy. So then these people, they like Charlie Kirk, right up to the fucking moment that he died, is there spewing hatred and fucking weird shit about trans. Up until the bullet pierced his fucking neck, he was doing it. And it's weird because that same fucking, like that same week, his whole weird right-wing hate brigade summons on down on some city. Where was the fucking Charlie Kirk funeral? It's weird. This homophobia is weird. Where was the Charlie Kirk funeral? Because it kind of matters. So this was on Glendale. Okay, so this was in Glendale, Arizona. It was at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. And it's weird because how do you crash the Grindr app in Glendale, Arizona? Of course they crashed the Grindr app in Glendale, Arizona. It's Glendale, Arizona. It's probably used to a population of like 38 gay people or whatever. But then these people come in with their repression and they crash the fucking Grindr app in Glendale, Arizona. I guarantee it. And Trump and all of them show up. It's fucking crazy. So like it's now, so you know, none of this really truly matters, but it's weird when the liberal lady says Grindr app, it just sounds like full-blown, bald-faced fucking bigotry, fucking homophobia, right to my face. I'm like, trip on that one. I'm terribly sorry. I like you, but I trip on that one, you know? I tripped on it. I did. For like half an hour, didn't I? I tripped on it. I was like, nah, you were kind of like full-blown, like, you know, almost PC principle, uncomfortably fucking homophobic here in this weird liberal fucking video about, like, you know, about no kings.
Contingency in MAGA is something Pumps, myself, and all of our listeners are focused in on.
They seem like ex-right-wing women to me. They look like Angela from The Office. They fit my definition of what a Karen looks like. And I wonder sometimes if they're able to be so hateful about that Grindr app, if they're just repressed, regressed, excommunicated, and or just disavowed or full-blown abandoned their right-wing sides, and they've now found some home on the left wing or something like this where they get to talk shit about these weird crabby people that everybody hates anyways.
And
like everybody fucking hates, you know, Candace Owens, so they can just freely talk shit about her. And in a way, we're kind of looking at, sort of in a way, attack artists. They're like attack artists. Now, I thought they had something good to say, but the minute that she said anything homophobic at all, I wanted to bail off her channel, and I'm immediately going to. And also, I'm probably not going to come back, because if she did it once, she's going to do it again. And I'm sorry, these leftists that are supposed to be fucking representing the left, they're surprisingly homophobic. Even my mother's like this. They're fucking surprisingly willing to be homophobic and anti-trans without even realizing it sometimes. And it's like, Jesus Christ, if I was in the room with a homosexual or a trans person, and you just said what you said, Whitey, or whatever, I'd be like, I'm sorry, I apologize for my fellow white person, you know? I know it sounds comedic, but it's like, Jesus Christ, Whitey, you just lit into the Grindr app. You're looking like Angela from The Office. You just lit into the Grindr app, and you're talking to me about all these crazy things about MAGA, and you talk some good shit about MAGA, but you also dislike the Grindr app. So how are you different from MAGA? I'm just saying, you know. Oh no, did you log me? No! I was supposed to set the timer and I lost my queue. Get back in. Get back in. Let me get back in. I disconnected. Let me get back into the queue. It was so long. No. The stupid Grindr app thing completely disconnected me and derailed me. And it's just weird seeing weird white fucking liberal women be homophobic right the fuck in front of me, right on a liberal, like the most liberal fucking video on the internet right now currently. And they were like full-blown homophobic right in the video. It was weird. It was like, oh, you like the Grindr app. It was like, well, if they're gay, then they probably do like the Grindr app. It sounds like homophobia to me. I'm sorry. It doesn't sound like you're making fun of their regression or repression. You're making fun of them for being gay. And I'm bailing. You know, I'm sorry, but you did. You made fun of them for being gay. It's not so good. You know, the minute I hear homophobia, I immediately like get a revulsion, like I have a revulsion. I have like a aversion. It's like an aversion or a repulsion response to it. When I hear an incredibly homophobic fucking comment out of the most liberal people on the fucking planet, I don't care if they're the most liberal people on the fucking planet. It still makes me want to puke in the fucking sink. You said something incredibly homophobic. You were like, and you like the Grindr app. And it's like, that was actually one of the most bald-faced homophobic comments I've heard in a long time. You didn't talk about their repression or what's funny about them crashing the Grindr app. You talked about how they like the Grindr app, and that just sounds like homophobia. I'm sorry, am I clear? Please let me have my queue back. No, don't sit me back. No, don't sit me back. Don't sit me back. Please, please, please let me back in this queue. It's way too long. It's way too long to reset the queue because I fell out. Oh, thank God. I got back in like 2 minutes and they let me have it back. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Yeah, what if we disconnect? I'll fucking kill you if you kick me out of this queue because of a disconnect. You're a fucking asshole. I hate you. Anyways, so like Grindr app's funny if you talk about context. If you don't, it's just homophobia. We got it. I said what I meant to say. Like, get off that lady. We'll go hear what this weird fucking bearded nerd has to say.
It's a common theme with the fun pips. They add a feature.
They take something away. They're like,
move a feature. And then a couple of years later, they advertise it as a new smell system. Now it says, watch what you carry or watch what you eat. I don't know why you would ever watch what you eat. Are they bringing turds back? You know, are zombies going to be attracted to human feces? Because turds were a thing you would find in toilets, and you used it to make fertilizer. So they have the apiary workstation.
I'm not doing that. I'm not scooping in a toilet in the apocalypse to get human excrement to use as fertilizer. I don't need that in my video game, and I don't know why it's in the video game. Disgusting. Like, man, maybe. But I mean, like, you know, maybe if you're really desperate, you can get that fertilizer from human poop. But every time I'm eating that food, you know what I'm thinking, right? Maybe you need the fertilizer that bad. I don't know. Maybe you need human shit for fertilizer. You're that bad up for fertilizer. You gotta eat human shit vegetables. My main thing is I'm not eating any of that food that grew off human shit, you know? There's better things than that, like soil, like which is human shit, but just, you know, like soaked in water for hundreds of days or thousands of days or hundreds of thousands of days or whatever. All soil really is like, you know, all of organic matter shit basically like ran through water until it's mud and then re-solidified into dry dirt. That's what soil is. So, but when I think of fertilizer in the apocalypse, I don't think human excrement. I think soil from, you know, the backyard. You guys think human excrement from the toilet and better eat that fucking food right away. It is fucking weird. I think the developer probably had that same thought. It's like, no, I don't need human shit in this fucking game because what is it actually useful for? Well, you could make, you know, you could grow corn off human shit if you like shit corn. Human shit corn. I'm gonna make myself puke, dude. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, why are you talking about eating poop straight from the toilet? It's weird. I'm getting off this weird guy from 7 days. It's weird. I'm sorry, you derailed me. You started talking about eating poop from the toilet, basically. I was like, I'm sorry, but the premise was so fucking odd that I had to actually marvel at the weird state of what he was saying. It was just weird. It was survival games don't need you to eat human shit from the pull fertilizer from the toilet and use it to grow plants that you eat. I'm sorry, I don't want shit corn. I don't want shit potatoes. I'm sorry, I don't. I really don't. I don't need those things. I can go out to the backyard and I can dig up some soil. So why was ever in the video game in the first place is beyond me. Yeah, shit exists and you probably could use it to, like, you know, coat zombies and stink. Yeah, MAGA rap is a disaster. I mean, are you surprised? These fucking psychos are so psycho. He behaves like a petty tyrant. He's building his $200 million ballroom. Why? So you can dance in your pretty dress? You little effort. Why? So you can wear your little crown and wear your tiara at the dance, you little clown. I mean, why are you building a $200 million fucking ballroom in the fucking White House? I mean, sure, a ballroom is cool, but there's people dying on the streets right now. Why are you building a ballroom, you weird, evil Aku of a man? Why?
You know, we used a web browser that I guess people are using now to burn an ungodly amount of resources and now browse the internet for you. You've got Microsoft releasing something that screen records your system the whole time.
Screen records your system the whole time? Oh my god. Copilot screens. Oh my god.
I'm somebody that believes nuance is very important. You know, I definitely can see this whole fuck AI train, and you can ride it all the way to the end. But ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence is not something that's going away. A lot of companies and a lot of AI-centric companies have put in so much money. There is such a massive AI bubble at this point that I think at some point it's going to crash when people realize that maybe it's not worth the juice that is squeezed. You know, the amount of resources spent really aren't leading us to something mind-changing. But again, to say that all artificial intelligence is kind of useless is
ridiculous. Yeah.
Now, this is a technology.
No, I love AI.
That depends on you, the user, and how you choose to harness it. So for a lot of people that use artificial intelligence, I think we all can kind of agree that generative AI with videos and images might not be something that has a lot of good down the road, especially when it's done for illegal purposes. Now, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of good case uses for, I think, artificial intelligence. In a lot of cases, machine learning does work in the medical field to help cut down a lot of tedium and bullshit that comes with researching pretty serious things. So people that are doctors, medical professionals can use that to kind of, you know, navigate and do the more important human-centric things. I think for people that program or are just starting to learn how to write code, you know, AI can be a great tool for people who have no coding experience to put a functional program together. But there's also good uses too, I think, for artificial intelligence for people that, you know, like to play tabletop games, like
video
games. From time to time. This is a game known as Cyborg, a brilliant title. It is something that I absolutely will sit down and play with some friends. And again, you know, to understand, having a GM, having somebody using an artificial intelligence to replace that is cool. But you may not feel totally comfortable with burning, you know, the entire world down with your quest for artificial intelligence. But what if you could just run things locally? And that's something that I'm a huge proponent of. I think that, you know, the reason why I don't feel comfortable using things like ChatGPT, using things like Gemini.
One of the things I think is attractive about AI is that I think it writes code really a lot better than humans. Like a lot better. And that's weird. So, like, you know, so coding is something I would be willing to let AI do completely. Because we've seen what the developers do with it. This weird boner castle. See it? We've seen what developers do with coding. I want to see both. So the human made the boner castle look interesting. See it? Way back in 2003, AI could have made this really cool. AI is like the frosting on the cake, you know? It's like it could add all the details and all the little bricks and all the little corners of the walls and stuff, and it could add like all these little plants that the developer put here in 2003. It would just strew all over the place. It was something like a grassland, you know, and there would be like, you know, stuff flying around and wind blowing and, you know, weird like spell effects and stuff going on in the air. And that's, you know, that's like, you know, that's where AI can shine. It's good for embellishment, not embellishment, but like filling in the squares.
Like whatever Facebook related is, I don't trust Sam Altman, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Satya Nadella, any of these big Silicon Valley tech dudes to, you know, take my personal information, really get people to send them images of themselves, their family, basically infest us so far into our personal life that the information they already have on us is then supplemented by user-provided personal information that I don't think any company should fucking have. Now, China has been releasing a lot of open source versions of their AIs. And you might have noticed a video earlier this year where I looked at DeepSeek, and it kind of blew the AI world a little open, right? Locally running an artificial intelligence model that was more efficient and in some cases better for people, at least because they were running their stuff locally. And you might be like, but Muda, it's China. How can you trust it? I trust it because I run this locally on my system without it ever
touching to the internet.
Now,
yeah.
in the case, ChatGPT released ChatGPT OSS, which is an open source version of their actual AIs that you can download and run locally, which is actually going to be what we're going to be doing in today's video, because I feel like a lot of people just don't know that you can run this stuff locally on your system, even if it's a cell phone. A lot of modern systems have AI cores built into their CPUs, and if you're a gamer with an NVIDIA GPU, and I think even AMD stuff, you can run this shit locally. Maybe it's not as good as the big, supermodels in the sky, in the cloud, but at least the stuff runs locally. And in many cases, I think you'll realize that even if it's not as shiny and good as the stuff in the cloud, because you're running it locally, because you're running this technology on your terms, it might be something you could use to your advantage. I'm not somebody that says you should just shun technology away. Look, at the end of the day, the Pandora's box is open. So how can we use this stuff ethically? And how can we actually take back some of the ownership from these big organizations? So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get talking about Docker. Now, for instance, one of the things that I've been playing around with is something known as Seer XNG. Now, if you're not knowing anything about home labbing, this is where people build their own little servers, they build their own little self-containers. Now, one of the containers that I use is Seer XNG. And the reason I use Seer XNG is that it's purely self-hosted, no user tracking, has access to hundreds of search engines. And the way that you get this going is you can go to their installation script, and provided you have Docker set up, which if you remember that Linux...
I do, I watched that video.
Linux video I made like 10 days ago.
Yeah.
I showed you how to set up Docker. And
that was
Docker
like 5 months ago, but yeah.
System. Now, provided you follow that video and you have stuff ready to go, you can basically just copy a command like this, where you clone an entire Git repository to your system, change directory into it, and run a script, which again, you should always run scripts you trust. That I'm going to leave up to you. And once you have Seer XNG installed, you can go to any of your browsers, type in 127.0.0.1, and the port default should be 8080, but you can change this in the Docker Compose script to whatever you want. And as soon as you hit enter, you'll be set to a Seer XNG instance. Now here you can go to the Preferences tab, so to speak, and in the Preferences tab, you can go to Engines, and you can flick on any search engine that you want. So if you don't want Google, but you want, I don't know, DuckDuckGo, you can flick on whatever you want. Don't just slap all of them on unless you really love an inefficient search engine. And at this point, you can just talk about, anything that you want. So I'm going to type in the words user privacy, hit enter. And of course, with a response time of, again, 0 to 1 seconds, you can actually get whatever it is that you want. Now, granted, these search results might seem a little bit of a flashbang to you to start off. And if it's something you notice here, there's no sponsored ads, there's no ads in general. And because of the way Seer XNG works, you can host your own search engine and basically strip away all of the privacy busting shit that comes with standard search engines anyways. And because it's hosted on your system, you are completely in control. No, you don't need to deal with Google or Bing or fucking, DuckDuckGo. You can fuse them together, you can pick and choose what you want, and you can tailor things to how you intended. You probably have never heard of this shit, but at least you do now. But let's talk about the AI bubble in the room, okay? Now, obviously, you can go to chatgpt.com, you can go to Gemini, you can go to any of these services. But if you don't feel comfortable, but you still want to play with artificial intelligence, boy, have I told you how easy it has gotten, okay? So if you go to a website known as Ollama, you can download the Windows client or the Mac client, and these come with GUIs that you can just install the model to and chat with them as you would these big websites. But if you're on Linux, you can copy this one script. Now, we're not just going to copy this script, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go through the actual next piece of software that I think is absolutely imperative you run on your system if you're a fan of this kind of shit. So, all right, in order to get this stuff really started, ladies and gentlemen, the first thing you want to do is you want to get Ollama. Now, you can actually get Ollama in its own Docker image, which is kind of how I tend to do these things. So going into their website, it's as simple as copying this command once you've installed the NVIDIA Container Toolkit, which is really dependent on what your Linux system is. So really the best way is to look up, your Linux distribution and how to install the NVIDIA Container Toolkit. But to give you a quick idea of what it looks like, basically the NVIDIA Container Toolkit is how you connect your GPU to the actual, Docker containers. Which, again, ladies and gentlemen, might I remind you, is where you're going to get that big performance gain. If you don't have a GPU that needs anything, or an NVIDIA GPU, ignore this step. But since I have an NVIDIA GPU, I think it's fair that I show you guys how the stuff works, okay? So it's a simple matter of installing this onto your system. So again, using a command like this, you can install the NVIDIA Container Toolkit underneath Arch Linux-based systems, depending on if the repository has that tool, which in most cases I think it does. Then running this command, NVIDIA CTK runtime configure runtime Docker, it'll modify the actual configuration so you can patch Docker through, restart your computer, or just restart the Docker service. And then, of course, to test if it works, feed in this command where it pulls in, checks if the GPU is functioning. As long as you can see the NVIDIA SMI, you should be good. Now, the next step is obviously installing Ollama in a container. So looking at this command right over here, and again, be careful on what you run on the internet, but again, running this command will allow you to run Ollama in your actual Docker instance. Now, once that is done and dusted, it's time to install a model. Now, the model that we're going to be installing is through a command where, again, because it's in a Docker, you want to do docker exec-it Ollama again, and you want to pull, and this is where you're going to pick which, model that you want. Now, if you go to the models page on, Ollama, they have a whole bunch. So, for instance, you can get GPT-OSS, which is what we're going to do. But let's say you want to use something like DeepSeek. You can go all the way from parameters like 1.5 to 671. So you want to pick the parameter model that's more appropriate to your system. 20 billion is pretty much what I think most people who are enthusiasts in this can run. 120 billion, obviously the higher the parameters you're downloading, the more hardware that you need. So for DeepSeek, you can go all the way to 1.5 billion or download the full 671.
I'm going to start running a 6-minute timer every time I alt-tab out of New World.
So again, you can always update these models for local use down the road. Now you might be like, do you feel comfortable running a Chinese model or the American model? Again, this is a local AI instance, not something that requires you to really put in, you're not sending stuff off, you're just running things locally. So you can feel safe. Now, if you want something where you can share images like Qwen3, where you can, send in an image and have it analyze it, you can do that. But again, we're just going to stick for simplicities and for this guide, GPT-OSS. So again, entering this command, you'll download a 15-something gig model. So again, the larger the parameters, the more space you need. So you probably want to have around like 15 to 30 gigs free on your system for this whole sort of project. Now, once OpenWebUI is installed, the next thing you want to do is actually get that going. So you can go to the OpenWebUI GitHub page, which again, if you go to their website right over here, this is what you're going to be using as an interface to connect into the models that you downloaded. You don't want to just be using the terminal, right? You want things to look clean and nice. So going to OpenWebUI, going to their GitHub page, as we see over here, and I don't know why it gets slow, but you can go all the way down, and in the installation section of this, what you want to do is run OpenWebUI with NVIDIA GPU support. So copy this line. Remember, this is a whole set of case uses. So if you don't have an NVIDIA GPU, you can just install the regular system right here. Remember, with just a CPU without any AI acceleration stuff, it's gonna be slow. But if you do have AI acceleration cores, that's going to make this a much more enjoyable experience. So copy this whole thing over and just slap it into your terminal, and it will also execute this command. Now, once all of this is done and dusted, you can go to Docker container ls, and you can see that I'm running things like Ollama, I'm running OpenWebUI. So it's time for me to connect into OpenWebUI and see what all the hullabaloo is about. Now, depending on how your system is functioning, you can also also feed through this command. If you're coming through server errors, you can feed it this command where a big change called network host is done, where it opens up more of your internal Docker connections so that you can run this. Now, when you go to localhost 8080 or 3000, depending on how you set it up, you'll be greeted with a registration page. Now, you can feed a name, email, and password. And again, if you're wondering, am I sending my information? This is all locally hosted. So you can feed it a bunk email address or your real one. It doesn't matter. But the moment you do that, you'll be fed into the Open Web UI system. Now, in the top right, where you can see your profile picture, go to Administration Panel, go to, Settings, go to Connection, and where it says Ollama API, click on the little Configure gear, and if you need to, change it to localhost 11434, hit that little refresh, and if it says Server Connection Verified, that means going back to the home page, you should be able to see your installed model. So here is GPT OSS 20 billion parameters, and of course, I'm just going to ask it for a fun fact. Now, this moment in time, it will spin up your GPU. All right, it's basically loading the model into memory, and eventually it will give you a response. So, for instance, you can ask it options trading, and because the model is loaded in, you can see that it's thinking, and it's actually pretty damn fast for what it's doing. Now, if you don't like the GPT OSS model, you can load in any other model that you need. And if you look carefully into it, you can see that, yes, it does absolutely load into your GPU's memory. So yes, you are absolutely cranking your graphic card up whenever you're running this model. But again, if you're running the model locally, okay, you're literally just using what you bought for your own actual gain. And that's really where the magic comes into over here. Again, I don't think AI is an evil tool. I just think it depends on how comfortable you are getting rid of that, big company dependence and running this shit locally for yourself. Now, again, obviously, if you want to feed this in for internet research, it's also not impossible to do. Going back to the actual instance over here, if you want to connect it externally, you can actually go back to the administration panel. And inside settings over here, you can go to the web search option and actually allow Open Web UI to do web searches. Now, again, web searches depend on which engine you're using. You can use Sear XNG. You can also have paid API access to some of the big search engines and feed it that way. But if you have that Sear XNG instance, you can feed the actual Sear XNG instance and work through that. Now, obviously, ladies and gentlemen, you might be like, what about generative stuff too? Obviously, the downside to this is if you're not a fan of generative stuff, again, you can skip this section, but for people that are wanting to have at least some local stuff for that, there are things like
ooh, I'm gonna get
I'm not gonna go through
1 point some bill for this. This is gonna be nice.
But it does show you
I'm
how
selling my
people
LP.
can upload other open source models and use them for illustrative generative purposes as well too. The other thing, obviously, is let's say you're somebody, again, like I said, if you're a programmer or somebody that wants to learn programming, local AI is a much more, I think, economical option because utilizing things like GPT OSS or even DeepSeek, the higher billion parameters, there is one code editor that I use on my Mac known as Void. You can also download for Windows, or you can just set up an equivalent for Linux. But since you have Ollama set up, you can feed your Ollama, address into the code editor, and using the code editor, you can actually use these open source models in agentic ways where you can use it as assists for coding, or you can just talk to these actual LLMs and utilize them to write code. Like, for instance, can you write me a simple calculator program in C++ that allows users to input two variables and do either 4 of these commands? So again, when you got the actual model doing it, it'll provide you the code as well, which again, if you're somebody that wants to learn how to code, you can even feed it the ability for you to learn code from to begin with, right? So for instance, if you ask it, I don't know how to write C++. And again, because it's an open source model too that you're running locally, it'll think quickly and start feeding you the ability to write stuff on your own. Again, these are just some of the many things that you can do with local AI systems. And I wanted to make this video because ultimately, I know it's a controversial thing to say, AI has some nuanced uses to it instead of the whole either I have to suck this thing off or fuck AI in every capacity. I'm not somebody that's unrealistic. I think that, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. Look, at the end of the day, AI is here to stay. So you might as well learn how to utilize it in a manner that is not disrespectful to you. So again, if you're somebody that wants to utilize AI in a more ethical manner, or you're somebody that, wants to at least take advantage of this kind of stuff without ultimately dealing into the unethical uses of it or letting companies get away with the privacy busting nature, this is an option you have, okay? And setting it up ain't that difficult. And if honestly you found this video to be too difficult, there's software like ML Studio or the LM Studio that you can download that'll run these things far more easier than what I've shown you. This is just a matter for you to set it up once and have an easy, accessible way to utilize ChatGPT or any of these services, but on your own terms. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I am out.
I just made 1.7 bill just for selling that LP, all the faction warfare stuff I've been doing. I made 1.7 bill, 6.6 again, and I haven't even looked at HyperNet. Doing real well here for fucking like not really playing the game. Doing real well. Oh, I got sinks. Lots and lots of sinks. It might be up actually. Might really be up. It's nice to get that 1.7. Love what you're doing. Good hunting, huh? 6.636, not bad. 666. It's like a lot of sixes. So for some reason. So lost the council Diplo. Oh, I get to go dock up now. Dock. There's a cut on an Astero. I'll take a swing. Yeah, I'll take one swing. An Astero for 14 mil isn't bad, and I don't care about the 14 mil. I just pulled in another 1.7 bill or something off just faction warfare, and I see that it's really, really lucrative. It's like really like one of the more lucrative things in the game, and it's the most AFK thing in the game. It is pretty much it's either excitement every 2 hours or just AFK most of the time. Come on, win. Aww. This was a good video, but it was the same video that we watched earlier, and he just rehashed the same stuff about how to use, like, you know, sourced AI engine, search engine. And it was a good video, but I mean, it was really good the first time. The second time, it was just like the same exact video. Zeppla HQ talking about Guild Wars 2. The femme cell who shot up a school to impress black women. The Nashville shooter. Ugh. Dire trip. Ugh. Will I make money with Uber Eats or go back to working retail? Will this work? Oh, I don't want you to log me. Don't log me. Where are you? Don't log me. I'm here, I swear. Kamala Harris is done being polite.
I think you have some fans here. I'm not sure, but hey, you guys, you should be a little louder. Donald Trump's like a couple hundred yards from here.
Yeah, although he may be hard of hearing.
Oh.
You're welcome. You've got a lot of those, don't you?
A lot of things to say, absolutely. Yeah.
On with Kara Swisher.
Hi, everyone. Today I've got a very special interview with former Vice President Kamala Harris. I've known Vice President Harris for a very long time, since she was a prosecutor in San Francisco, and I've watched her career morph and change over time. I have interviewed her a lot, actually, at various times in her career, but it's really important to talk to her now after the election, especially as she discusses what happened in her book, 107 Days. I'm really excited about this one, so keep watching. So thanks for coming on. We're doing this for my On podcast, and we do have lots to talk about. So you've already been asked every possible question there is about former President Biden and his decision to run for re-election. I don't really care at this point. It's because it's about the past. And by the time we finish here, probably 9 or 10 crazy shit things are going to happen, like in the next... I had told Vice President about Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s link between circumcision and autism today.
Circumcision?
And literally she goes, what? Do your reaction again.
Well, here's the thing,
Your
Kara.
skill has increased.
In all seriousness, and many of you know my background, and you also know that I am the daughter of a mother who was a scientist. And my mother had 2 goals in her life: to raise my sister Maya and me, and to end breast cancer. And my mother, when we were growing up, used to go to this place that Maya and I only knew as Mommy is going to this place called Bethesda. Because you see, my mother was an advisor at NIH.
Oh, wow.
And she would leave us in the Bay Area to go to NIH to work with scientists who have as their goal to alleviate pain and to uplift the human condition. And when I see what these people are doing right now to end the war on cancer, to deny science and fire scientists,
Your skill has increased.
It's personal for me.
Yeah.
It's personal for me.
Yeah.
And I can't laugh at it.
No,
because,
it's
like
not
so
funny.
many of you
I
who
can't
have
laugh at it either.
known People
Idiocy is dangerous.
because of unknown diseases or cancers for which there are no cures, or there is the beginning of, but more work that needs to be done for the cure. What they are doing to push misinformation and lies at the highest level of government, it's criminal. And people will die because of what they're doing. I can't laugh about that. I'm sorry. It's fucked up.
It's fucked up. Is what during so let's get into that. So during the campaign, you said Trump was unstable, unfit to serve, dangerous, and a fascist. He's proven you right in innumerable ways. But since you're a former prosecutor, let's focus on the legal dimensions of what's happening. You did talk about in the book, you don't love saying "I told you so," but a lot of your quotes now are getting replayed, and they're she said that. That's right. He pardoned the J6 rioters. He attacked law firms. He's firing lawyers at the DOJ, investigating and prosecuting perceived enemies, deploying troops domestically. He just indicted Letitia James, as you know, just today.
After a Department of Justice prosecutor who was a Republican reviewed the evidence and decided there was not sufficient evidence to charge her, and is now longer there, and he puts his flunky in and to pursue a political vendetta.
Right.
And now the Attorney General of the state of New York has been indicted. think about this.
Yes, exactly. So I'm going to ask you about that. So
I didn't know
and
Letitia
supporting
James
troops
was
domestically,
indicted.
which is something you said would happen. Even Republican Governor Stitt of Oklahoma has objected to sending the National Guard into states against the wish of the governor. Can our system of government, our justice, survive 3 more years of this? Because even though, okay, well, I want her to answer, not you. Because
But I care about what you have to say.
Because judges have intervened, but he is moving relatively unchecked, one thing after the next.
Every day, something is coming out of this White House. Every day. The point you made about the Secretary of Health and Human Services this afternoon indicting the Attorney General of New York, every single day. And I will be very candid with all the friends here. I don't know that it won't get worse before it gets better. And I said that yesterday in Atlanta, and then this happened today. Now, I'm serious. I said it yesterday, I said it the day before, been on this book tour. And every single day, something happens, Karen. And part of my dilemma, if you will, that I know is shared, I don't have the solution right now to how it stops before the end of his term.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that we have to fight. We have to fight. We have to stand strong. We cannot get used to this. We cannot be overwhelmed. We cannot be silenced. I was talking to, there's a young man here who is a senior in high school. I'm not going to call you out, but get your college applications in like we discussed.
Hi.
He's here with his father.
You know, kid, I'm sorry. I've got to go pee. You stood on my belly and now I've got to go pee.
And I said to him, he said that he grew up as a high school senior really only being aware of a Trump as president. But the 3.5 months of our campaign, the 107 days, gave him a sense of hope. And it inspired him in a way that he had not been before about what could happen through our government for our country. And here's what I would say to him and to all of us. One of the reasons I wrote this book is to hopefully remind us of how those 107 days felt, to remind us of the sense of optimism, possibility, and dare I say joy that we feel that everyone brought to it. It's inside of us. And that light that is inside of us, especially in this moment of darkness, we cannot allow it to be extinguished. We have to see it in each other and let that guide us during this darkness to get through this without giving up.
Right,
we cannot let that light be extinguished. And Kara, I'm out here talking to a lot of people.
Right.
And I cannot tell you the number of people who come up to me crying.
Mm-hmm.
It is a regular experience that I have because people are in so much pain about what's happening in our country right now and on edge.
Yeah.
And
they come
part
up
of what I
crying.
hope this
Yeah.
book
They're
does
like, I'm
is
sorry.
these
I'm sorry. We couldn't get you in.
is just allow us all to see the community in which we gather today. And remind ourselves that we're all in this. We feel
we're in
same
this
way.
together, baby.
Something
Misery loves
yesterday that
company.
went viral about.
I've always liked her.
crazy.
I think she has a good turn of phrase.
But we have to.
I think she's
remember
a
that
gifted
because to your
speech
point, 3
speech
years, we have
person,
3 more years of this,
speechcraft person.
and we can't lose
I want
sight
you to
of our
though
fight.
put your legal hat in. I know you said I don't know what to do, but you've been in jams. You've been in legal. The courts are the things that are pushing back the most. I mean, even if they don't feel
Except
effective.
the Supreme
Okay,
Court.
come here.
Except this, I'm going to get to the Supreme Court.
Yeah,
It's
good
the
laugh
last
for you.
court
And certain federal judges, but at a local level, I mean, at the lowest level in terms of federal courts and where state courts have jurisdiction, yes, but the guardrails are failing
Yep.
to a great extent, and I did predict that. To your point, I predicted almost all of this, except I did not predict the capitulation.
Hi, Kitty. Not my
I
chest.
did not predict
No.
that, the titans of industry.
All right, fine.
I thought at some point, I mean, I say this as a devout public servant, I thought at some point they would kick in if push came to shove. And no, they're just bended knee at the foot of a tyrant. And so, yes, the courts to some extent are, but there's a agenda at play here. What we are experiencing in terms of what this administration is doing is the culmination of decades of work. Part of the mistake that I think we are making is we're so overwhelmed by this because it feels chaotic, when in fact what we are witnessing is a high velocity movement that is about the swift implementation of a plan that has been decades in the making. The Federalist Society, the Heritage Foundation, Project 2025 didn't just fall out of the air. It is the product of decades of work. And the people around this president are very much as culpable as he is for facilitating an implementation of this plan that includes years of work, gerrymandering the states, and building it up so that we have the Supreme Court we now have.
So when you say you don't have a solution, and it hurts you that you don't have a solution, there is nothing, as someone who's an experienced prosecutor, a senator, an AG, thinks about. Like you mentioned the Supreme Court. Give us your judgment on what it's doing right now, and do you think it'll ever rein in the excesses, or not at all? They've given him an expansive view of executive power.
I mean, listen, we talked about it in those 107 days when the Supreme Court basically told the President of the United States he would be immune as President of the United States for any misconduct while in office. That happened before the election. We talked about it at rallies. We knew this would happen. And so the question when I said I don't have a solution, the point is that the guardrails have failed for the most part, except one guardrail, which is the people. And the power of the people to organize and not give up and pay attention to how we got here, see where we are now, and think about where we are headed, both in terms of whatever we can do to determine our destiny, but also to not repeat where we've been. And part of that requires that we understand the solution is not going to be the next election necessarily. It'll be part of it. We got to take back the House. We have to take back the House. We have to take back the Senate. But it's going to be more than that. And the solutions that we need are going to have to be about, yes, the immediate term, but also a reconstruction of how we've been thinking about how we end up in a place like this, and understanding it's about what happens at the local level, the statewide level, as well as what happens here in D.C.
Have you yourself felt, with Letitia James being targeted, there's many others, have you felt that you could be targeted, worried about being indicted?
Sure, of course. For the people that are watching this on radio,
yeah.
See what I just did there? Yes, of course. I had to raise my hand.
So right now in this moment, if the Supreme Court isn't a guardrail, which it isn't, it hasn't been so far, what is in this moment, from a legal point of view, the guardrail that you see? Just the people.
Well, no, it's the courts, of course. From the legal perspective, it's the courts. But when we talk about an overall system, it is not only the courts, especially when we know that if it goes to the highest court, which most of this litigation will,
right,
we can count on this court basically telling this president he can do whatever he wants as the leader of the executive branch. So what can we do? We can reinvest in the three co-equal branches of government and hope that where the courts fail, if it goes to the highest court, that we at least at another branch have a Congress, but we can also see that we've had complicit legislators who are Republicans and know what is wrong about this and are not stepping up. I do believe there are a lot of people who know what's wrong with this, don't agree with it, even though they vote a certain way. But they are living in fear of retribution and more invested in their own political survival than speaking up and taking the hits that might come.
Do they say that to you? Do people say that to you? You were colleagues with a lot of the people in the Senate, for example.
Well, I look right now at what my former colleagues in the Senate are doing, and I praise them for having the ability to say that we are not going to compromise affordable health care for the American people.
What about the Republicans?
I know there are plenty of Republicans who know this is wrong, but they're not stepping up. It's like these CEOs who know it is wrong. I don't believe that the people who are flattering Donald Trump, who are offering him favors, necessarily believe in what he is doing or believe it is right. But they want power.
I'm dead.
And that's part of what we are dealing with right now. They want power, and they're not willing to compromise their power or access to power for the sake of the Constitution and our democracy. They are feckless, and they are self-interested, because understand, so many of, for example, those heads of industry who are doing it, they know what is wrong, but they want that merger to go through. Or they don't want to be investigated. Or they want to hold on to, not that they're going to lose that house in the Hamptons and that yacht, but it's about power. And that's why I have always said and do believe that ultimately the power rests with the people. Look, for example, at what happened around, and by the way, did you see that Donald Trump just said, yeah, he's basically getting rid of free speech? He said it. He said a lot of things that he meant, including just that most recently. But here's what happened. When he, as thin-skinned as he is, could not take the criticism of a political satirist, the people spoke with the power of the purse, and Jimmy Kimmel is back on that stage.
So we're going to get to the corporate, especially the tech executives, who you and I both know really well from being in California, and especially San Francisco. But I wanted something from the book. You faced unique challenges simply because of who you are in many ways, besides the speed of what you had to do. I want you to talk a little bit about what you thought was the most complex part of running for president. Was the time? Was it being a woman? Was it being a woman of color? What, from your perspective, was the most difficult parts of those 107 days?
Well, I've always been a woman.
Yes.
And a woman of color, so that kind of is what I've been living in.
I did tell you about the joke on SNL. They said, why didn't she win?
I think that one of the biggest, the thing that I was most acutely aware of was the time. And that's why I named the book 107 Days. And for those of you who have not yet read it, I basically wrote it like a journal. Not every single of the 107 days, but many of them. So it's by date and what happened on particular days. And I was acutely aware, as I have talked about, my prayer every night was, God, please let me have done everything I could possibly do in this one day. I mean, I traveled several states in a day. I couldn't do enough. And that was probably the time constraint. In doing what? Didn't people not getting to know you enough? Not what? No, it's not that simple. I mean, it's about yes, getting to know me and my background and what I've done, and the fact that I was elected district attorney for 2 terms as the first woman elected attorney general of the state of California. Ran the second largest Department of Justice in the United States, second only to the United States Department of Justice. I was a United States Senator, second black woman elected in the history of the United States Senate. And I was the first woman vice president of the United States. So there are those things that I needed to make sure that people knew.
That is a decent resume, but go ahead.
Decent.
Well, some people have actually said I was
like
the most
the best
candidate ever to run for
It's like the
president.
best. Yeah. She is qualified now.
I like I like the some people say. Very nice. But go ahead.
I'm just speaking fact.
Yeah.
But for example, I discuss in the timeline, we had policy work.
What's wrong,
to do,
kitty?
That was about letting people know where I stood on the fact that I wanted to make sure that, for example, it was my intention, and I know there are a lot of beautiful public servants here today, some of who are not, have been let go over the last several months, and some of who are furloughed. And I thank you all for your service and everything that you do. And if we can just applaud those who are here. But for example, one of the things that I intended to do was, as the president, we then have the largest workforce, right, is the federal government. And I intended to figure out a way to reclassify job descriptions by skill, not just by college degree. And then to challenge the private sector to do the same. Because I do believe, as we think about the future of work, that is how we should think. And not just think that only someone with a college degree has the skills to perform the job in a way that adds value to all of us. The work that we wanted to do around $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers, and I could go on and on.
Right.
It took time for people to hear those things. One of the things that was very popular, and we knew that, and every day it was gaining around people knowing about my policy, was around having Medicare cover home health care. It was very popular when people learned about it, because when my mother was sick, I helped take care of her. And I was blessed and fortunate enough to have a job where I could leave work to do that and get paid. But there are so many families, especially if you're in the sandwich generation, raising young children and taking care of an elder relative, that you just can't afford to do it. And my policy was to have Medicare cover it. The more people found out about that, the more they understood that it related to an immediate need of theirs.
Mm-hmm.
But there just wasn't enough time. You know, as many people have heard, people need to hear the same thing at least 3 times before it sinks in.
Mm-hmm.
That's about time.
I'm curious, did you think a primary would have done that if they had done a primary and you weren't?
It depends on when the primary would have been.
Right.
But no, not with 107 days. When were you going to do a primary?
Right.
Listen, I go through on July 21st when I got the call from Joe Biden, and just to set the scene for those of you who haven't yet read it, I was in my sweats on a carpet on the floor with my baby nieces 6 and 8 doing a puzzle, having just made pancakes, and I promised them lots of bacon and sausage for Sunday brunch. I had been the night before in Provincetown, P-Town, which they named P-Town.
What's wrong, kitty?
For a fundraiser for the Biden-Harris ticket. And I got in late that night, and I promised the kids who were staying with us, my niece and her husband and their children, that I would do pancakes the next morning. And so we did. And that's where I was with the kids when I got Joe Biden's call. Mm-hmm. And the challenge that we had from that day forward was having enough time.
Sure. And you noted that because you wanted them to endorse you immediately. You had that discussion with Steve Ricchetti.
But I told all those people I talked to over 100 people that day.
Mm-hmm.
And I told everyone who wanted to know, if you want to have some process, this is the process. I'm calling everybody to ask for their support. Anybody else who wants to jump in, come on in. And nobody did.
Mm-hmm. So when you think you're noting time is the issue, one of the things you talked about was also media and the social media and getting out there and getting these messages out there, which Trump is very good at. He really is quite good at those things.
Hi.
You and I talked about it, and I think at the time I said you need to be promiscuous the way Trump is on social media, in other ways possibly too. But but you wrote in the book, which I noted, that you wanted the first interview to be flawless. Talk about that in getting out these messages. were you too cautious? What would you wish you had done differently, or perhaps not at all? I mean, I know a lot was made of the Rogan thing. I think he played you, honestly. When you think about what you did, is flawless better, or maybe not so flawless?
Well,
I don't understand the
I
question.
talk about this in the book, as you know.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I talk about what I thought I could have done differently.
Yeah.
But listen, my standard for myself has always been that I have to be flawless.
Mm-hmm.
I won't always be, and I know that. But I'm very clear about what my standard for myself has to be.
It was a great word.
Well, let me
too.
finish.
All right.
And I know.
Let me finish. Oh, you did that. Good.
And I know the standard by which I will be judged.
Right.
So, you know, this connects to the question you asked me earlier. I'm very clear about that, and I'm sure it's a shared experience for many people here, which is we know the standard by which we will be judged, and just clear-eyed about that.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's the standard I hold myself to. I know I am not flawless, and I certainly am not perfect.
Can you talk a little bit more about that in terms of why you feel that when so much of politics isn't that? No, I'm just curious. What when you think about doing that and politics has degenerated, have things changed from your perspective?
No.
Okay.
No.
Let her answer.
No. I mean, things have definitely degenerated. I agree with that. And, I mean, the floor has I don't know that there is a floor right now.
Yeah.
Part of what I have thought about and discussed is, again, when we look at where we are now, it did not just happen overnight. Part of what I discussed is that if you look at a pattern that was starting to set in, think of it in terms of Ronald Reagan's celebrity, Newt Gingrich's base level of discourse, Pat Buchanan's nativism, and then look at where we are now. So there are connections to be seen that one can argue pointed out to us had we at least more clarity around it from hindsight, that this is where it was going, and this is where we are, and it has been reduced to a level where there's really apparently no desire to have real discourse or debate based on merit and fact. Not to mention, as you and I have discussed extensively, the rampant amount of mis and disinformation that is so very difficult to get in front of. Part of what I would offer all of us is to really reflect on the fact that there are many disagreements to be had by people that voted differently than us in that last election, but let's please not make an assumption that we're working with the same set of facts. And that's something that we need to grapple with. And again, when we go back to what are the solutions, well, that won't end what's happening right now out of the White House, but it is part of the solution going forward, is to reflect on what is the power of the people, of each one of us, to really be intentional and conscious about the rampant amount of mis and disinformation, and with the facts that we know, how can we engage our neighbors, our family members, our friends in a way that is productive to make sure that we're all working with the same set of facts.
Kitty, you're like shredding my stomach.
That
I want
is
you to
part of
stop
what
that.
I believe is our undoing,
Get
and
down.
will be a continuing source of our vulnerability as a nation. If we don't all participate in addressing that issue of mis and disinformation.
Which is something we've talked about a lot, is the prevalence of misinformation, and now with the tech executives
I'm not mad at you.
sucking up to Trump rather egregiously. I want to get to them in a second, because you and I have talked about that a lot. I remember one of the last discussions we had when you were at the White House was when you were headed for the AI summit in Britain. But let's talk a little bit about this, because the person who is the most pernicious purveyor of this has been President Trump, leading up, and you're right, to go from especially Pat Buchanan, Newt Gingrich, it moves its way up. But we'll start with an expert question from someone who has a very unique insight into President Trump, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Good.
Take a look.
Oh.
Hello, Kamala. Well, I know that you're on stage with Kara Swisher, and she invited me to ask you a question. So, really, I want to know this. I debated Trump 3 times. You debated him once. He wouldn't debate you again. We beat him 4 times. Do you think we're the reason he is so unhinged today?
Oh, right.
She enjoyed doing that.
I talk about Hillary in the book too.
You do.
And
You do.
with great admiration and love and respect. Yeah, I mean he is no doubt he is unhinged, and Secretary Clinton did the work in her debates of demonstrating that, as I attempted to do in my debate with him. We have in this president the most, not one of, the most callous, corrupt, and incompetent individuals that has ever occupied that White House. And unhinged is the least of the concerns that I have, but it ranks right up there.
Mm-hmm.
And the debate. Look, I mean, okay. So part of it is. So what happened was. So part of what I do talk about is that. So debate camp, which was really intense. And then we get to Philly, and my team, and it's Kirsten Allen, who many people here may know, and Brian Fallon, and they're getting me ready, and they're like, "Hey, boss." So we saw Donald Trump coming off the plane, coming to the debate, and Laura Loomer was on the plane with him.
No.
And so they basically say to me, "We didn't tell you, but she's been talking about people eating cats and dogs."
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "What?" And they said, "We think we need to tell you because his propensity is to say the last thing he heard."
Oh.
And sure enough, on the debate stage, he said it. He said it.
And you were ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was prepped, but not really. Unhinged.
Okay. Now, one of the things you do write in the book was about the appealing side of him. You turn it over, like, what is it? Yeah. Talk about what you think that is, and then the change, because he's always been awful, but is there been a change from your perspective? Because you do talk about it.
I just share facts. Look, I don't know the man more than anybody else here. I debated him. I shook his hand at the debate because I always shake somebody's hand when I first meet them. But I do talk about the conversations that he and I had, and I talk about Jekyll and Hyde.
Yeah, you said you had to remind yourself that he was a con man.
Because during this brief conversation, he sounded very normal.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, so that's what con men do. I mean, look, so when I first got in the race after July 21st, we had to go at least about 2 weeks without any polling, right? So it was just my gut about what we should do. And so I started giving this speech that I came up with, and Adam Frankel is here, has always been part of my team and helping me get my thoughts together. And basically I said, I've been a DA, so I have prosecuted these kinds of things. And when I was Attorney General, I took on fraud. And I said, so basically, so all of those qualifications, so I know his type.
Mm-hmm.
So I do know his type.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore I know that he is not unlike a con man.
Mm-hmm.
That he can turn it on and he can turn it off. But whatever he's doing is for his own well-being and to take care of himself. Let's be clear about that. Let's be clear about what he is doing to monetize this presidency for himself. Let's be clear about the fact that he is, in many ways, compromising national security when he is taking a plane from a foreign government. I call it, you might call it a luxury jet. I call it a Trojan horse. So that's what con men do. But this con man happens to be president of the United States, making decisions that are in such a tremendous way injuring the people of our nation and our standing around the world.
Have you noticed a change more recently or in this obviously there's a difference between the administrations, but have you noticed that or not? Or it's the same administration, just more explicitly corrupt?
I think it's more experience to know the levers. And that is part of what we are witnessing. And then, but again, to your earlier point, compounded by the Supreme Court telling him he could do whatever he wants. So there's no, this is part of what we talked about in 107 days and everywhere, including on the ellipse that night, which is everything is basically suggesting there will be no accountability for anything he does in office. That's why Mike Pence wasn't running with him and he got this other guy who would rubber stamp everything he does and hope that he'll be the successor. You've got a court that has said you can do anything and get away with it. You have a Congress that is bending the knee. And so they came in, unlike, before, there was a vice president who stood up. There was a chief of staff in Kelly, Mark Milley, who would have, I'm sure, said you cannot turn the United States military on the streets of America like what they're doing right now in Chicago with Blackhawks in the cities of America. There were guardrails within the administration and external to the administration.
Right.
All gone.
So these are people who know the level. Now, the administration is obviously staffed by sycophants. It feels very sycophantic. Some of them, like Russell Vought, very effective. Others, Pam Bondi, Brandon Carr, Stephen Miller, seem unhinged. Carr seems to have overstepped with Kimmel and has moved back slightly. Bondi is getting pushed back over Epstein. Miller, I don't know what to say. Is there a way for Democrats to publicize their?
I don't know what to say.
Strategically, is that or is it just they know the levers and he's found people willing to pull them, like in Virginia with Letitia James?
We have to continue to highlight the corruption and literally the violation of rule of law and all of the essence and spirit behind rule of law in the Constitution of the United States. Free speech, free association, just freedom, period. But we have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Right.
Part of how I think about it is we do have to understand that there are, I think, a fair number of people that voted for Donald Trump because they believed him when he said he'd bring down prices. They believed him. He lied. Which is why the cost of groceries is up, unemployment is up. He lied. But I do believe there are a fair amount of people that believed him when he said he would do that. And part of then chewing and walking gum and chewing at the same time is, as Democrats, we also have to emphasize what our plan is immediately for bringing down the cost of everyday life. And all of those things have to happen at the same time.
So one of the groups that have been effective and heinous at the same time is the tech moguls. They were in the front row of the inauguration, in front of the cabinet itself, in front of legislators and elected officials. Elon Musk has said Trump wouldn't have won without him, and you say it's entirely possible his money was a deciding factor. You also wrote, quote, "Our democracy shouldn't belong to the world's richest man." Unfortunately, they are quite influential now, and they're right there and getting all the juicy bits, right down to the recent TikTok deal, which they got at a massive discount.
Yeah.
How do you stop these tech billionaires from deciding future elections? Because now they're starting to buy into all the media.
Stop the
and
lobby.
certainly control
You don't know
the
how.
algorithm, et cetera,
Stop
et
the
cetera.
lobby. Stop the. I just wrote my fucking red. I just sent a digital video saying stop stop paying more attention to the lobby than the public,
Former
and it would
colleagues
stop.
in the United States Congress. I believe at this point, whatever guardrails there are on the abuse of technology, it will not come out of Congress. You know, we've been talking forever about Section 230. It ain't going nowhere. It's just not. We keep talking about it. It's going nowhere.
Yep.
And if we can't expect the guardrails on the abuse to come from the industry itself, although I must say that there are plenty of people, you and I both know this, within the industry who do agree with you and I and all of us that there should be guardrails.
Right.
But those at the highest level, if they are unwilling, and if they clearly are, to self-impose any requirement that they actually pay attention to the truth and do anything about reducing the amount of mis and disinformation that is being spread, then we have to think about what other power centers are there. If it's not going to come from Congress, if it's not going to come from the courts, especially because what are the courts going to enforce if the laws aren't there? Doesn't come from the industry. I say, and as a former attorney general in particular, having had 2 jobs, I was the top cop of the biggest state, and I was also the primary protector of consumers. The other place of power.
She's a bit of a braggart, a little bit.
Just again, back to the
Is that prosecutor's
people voting with their pocketbook.
ego? I think it kind of cost her in the election too, because she was like, I think she thought this was like a given. That if they just ran a competent Democrat, they would just win.
All of us here to help increase the amount of information that is available about the connection between the abuses and the harm to everyday folks. And that's the work that needs to be done. The work that needs to be done is something that any parent or anyone who's parenting a child knows around the harm of social media to our children.
And AI going forward.
And AI going forward, right. You know, I spent the majority of my career as a courtroom prosecutor focused on abuse of children. And what we're seeing now in terms of the use of social media and technology is being applied to something that has happened always. And we need to deal with the fact that social media is making it easier. And we need to figure out how we're going to help inform the public about how social media can be used in a way that harms our children. So that we can, as consumers, say we're not going to buy your product, or we're going to put pressure on you to conform to what we know is in the best interest of the safety.
The problem is you have to use it for work. It is also the communication system, now the media system, and it's addictive. I think that's the difficulty of getting off of it, right? Because you're now so stuck in. Let me ask you, as a
but that's the same thing somebody said about tobacco.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? But at some point, it is, so we're not going to rely on the people who are doing the harm to tell us, oh, you're addicted. It's about us saying that we know these things can occur, and we're going to require you to stop pushing stuff that harms the people, and in particular our children,
And as a former senator from California, you have had a lot of relations with tech leaders and spent most of your life in the Bay Area. And so you had a window into these people. Were you surprised by this heel turn toward Trump, this sharp heel turn? Even Bill Gates, who gave $50 million to a nonprofit backing your campaign for the election, was unprecedented significance, recently thanked Trump on camera for his incredible leadership. You saw that dinner, didn't you?
I was, to answer your question directly, I was surprised, and the speed with which they did it. I was surprised, and people are showing themselves to be blatantly unapologetically transactional.
Who have you been most surprised by of all those leaders?
All of them.
Every one of them.
All of them who. No, again, I go back to my point. I do believe they're not unintelligent. they are not uneducated. So they do know about the principles and the values that we have in terms of free speech and everything else that's about a democracy. And they can see what all of us are seeing every day. They're not blind. They're transactional.
They're transactional. At one point when I was talking to one of them, and I said, if Kamala Harris had become president, you would have suddenly called yourself they, them, or whatever it took. They will do whatever it takes to get what they want.
I wouldn't have required them to do that.
Of course
though.
you wouldn't.
And
Right.
but I mean, here's the thing: is that, and that's too bad.
Right.
That we are existing in a world where some of the most powerful people in the world are not understanding that what you do matters.
Right. I've always asserted that it's because they've never felt unsafe a day in their lives.
A lot of them, right? And
they aren't unsafe even now in a lot of ways, or they're protecting themselves. So.
I need to find safety.
Right.
Here's part of this dynamic that you raise is also a dynamic where they, meaning, okay, talk about they, them, are they're gaslighting and scapegoating. The gaslighting the American people to suggest that your predicament is to blame on the powerless instead of the powerful.
Right.
Look at what they're doing. They're basically saying to folks, you have less because of people who have even less than you. That's what they're doing.
Right.
And part of, again, communicating with our friends and our neighbors to at least help us all see what's happening and how we're being manipulated is to see just that they're deflecting from the responsibility of the powerful by pointing fingers and blaming people who are relatively powerless. All these attacks on immigrants, these DI attacks. And that's part of the truth telling that we all have to do right now is to point out that there are a whole lot of very powerful people that actually could do something.
Which they won't, in case you're interested.
Who aren't.
They will not. They
Yeah.
aren't. They love to cheer for the overdog, as they say. Let's look, what's ahead for the country's future, and especially the Democratic Party's role in it. Talk a little bit about that, what we were talking about, the idea of where, we keep talking about consumers being the strength, voters being the strength. You're seeing it, as a prosecutor, you're seeing juries not convicting people.
Yeah. The grand
Here in
juries.
D.C. it happened several times.
Right, the grand juries, yeah. So what I'm seeing is a lot of people on edge. What I'm seeing is that we're 9 months in and folks are rested. Plenty of us, I will speak for myself, stopped watching cable news for quite some time and are now rested and ready to get back in the streets. That folks are, the people I'm talking with who, for example, have read the book are remembering and are talking with each other about let's get back that thing that we had because it's still in us. In terms of how people are thinking about the Democratic Party, look, I think part of what is frustrating about some of the punditry about it all and the future of the Democratic Party is this whole savior complex. I'm kind of bored with it. This idea that there will be one savior who will come down
To rally regular
and we will
people.
all be saved. That person's not on Earth right now.
They might be Zoram.
You know what I'm saying? And
I find it very pessimistic to that statement.
we have so
Could
many
be you.
stars in the party. We have so many stars. And let's focus on that instead of who is the one, to the point that it's just a circular conversation. Instead of saying at a local, mayors to attorneys general to governors to members of Congress.
Well, name some of those stars. What do you see? It's
Well,
not,
right,
it's not a
the
singular
mayor
person.
of Baltimore is here right now. He's one of them. Where is he? Where? He's here. Yes, he is. Where? There he is. Yeah. Jasmine Crockett. Robert Garcia. I could go through the list of all the Democratic governors right now. I just talked to J.B. Pritzker, right? My governor, Gavin Newsom. I mean, there are so many who are doing great things. And so let's share the understanding that we
This
are
is
not without
beginning to be
fighters.
like the most beautiful
We're
game
not
ever
without
made.
Fighters.
What do those people share that you just named? Is it fighting? Is it what do you think is necessary going
I think they are
forward?
in it for the right reasons.
Oh, I went north. I was trying to go south.
They're not just looking in the mirror every day. They're for the people and looking out for the people.
When you think about the most critical element of those things, looking out for the people would be the number one thing. If you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to assess some of the Republicans, just briefly. I'm going to go through a quick list. J.D. Vance, I want 1 or 2 words.
I don't do that.
You don't do it. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Well, talk about your own goals going forward. The inevitable, are you running for president in 2028?
Maybe not.
I can't squish this rabbit. I can't squish this rabbit. He's like strong.
Maybe not.
Correct.
Maybe not. Okay. Let's do a thought experiment. It's January 2029. You've just been inaugurated as president. You knew I'd get you on this one. What are your top priorities in the first? I want to talk about 2 things: the policies you'd undo, and actually what you would do.
It's much too early to have that conversation, Karen. I literally yesterday would not have known that this Department of Justice would have indicted the New York Attorney General. But I'll go back to an earlier point. I do believe that part of the responsibility right now for the Democratic Party is we really do.
I like this expansion, but a bunch of the land feels emptier than even Elysian. Even Elysian's busier than this. You can tell they're getting close to desperate, I think.
I really do think we should have done the families piece of Build Back Better before we did the infrastructure and the CHIPS Act. It was good work. That was good work. The infrastructure, the CHIPS Act, all was very good work, but it didn't address immediate needs. In the family care piece of it, it was the extension of the child tax credit. It was affordable child care. It was paid leave. And I think we have to just be clear-eyed about the fact that we need to deal with the immediate and long-term issues, both of which are the climate crisis, for example. And we have to really prioritize immediate needs, because I think that is one of the main issues on which people vote. So let's just be clear-eyed and practical about that.
So you wrote this about your concession speech, Smask. While I would concede this election, while I would engage in the peaceful transfer of power that distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny, I would not concede the fight that fueled my campaign.
Right.
So I'd like to hear you talk about that fight to end this, and what does it look like for you? And mostly, what can Americans do to push back this march towards autocracy? I think we're already in it, but That's the phrase people use, this march towards autocracy. And there was a question that came in online when I asked what I should ask you. What does that look like for your nieces in their 30s?
Yeah, I think about that all the time.
Right. So talk about that fight.
So, one, it's about elections, and that means focusing on part of this administration. And what it's highlighted is what has been a longstanding issue about how they will weaponize law enforcement even at the local level. So that's about sheriff's elections, that's about DA's elections, state's attorney's elections, attorneys general elections, governor's elections. We have 2 governor's races happening right now. Let's all put our resources and time into that. And take nothing for granted. No matter how good our candidates are, take nothing for granted. And put our resources into it. So it's about elections. It's about one of the issues, again, that we are seeing happen every day, that we have some power over. They want to threaten with lawsuits our nonprofit organizations, right? They're going after them. They're literally suggesting that human rights organizations, civil rights organizations should be the subject of litigation and prosecution. Let's go and volunteer at those organizations. Right now, they are so strapped, whether it be an organization that is doing civil rights work, immigrants' rights work, tenants' rights work, working on climate. They're so strapped right now. That's the kind of work we do so we can build back up those advocacy organizations that when we get back in power will be part of our version of Project 2025. It is the work that we need to do. I cannot stress this enough. Run for school board and encourage people to do that. How they have weaponized, and this has been, again, years in the making.
PTA.
DeSantis in Florida, we saw it happening. And now they're trying to get rid of the Department of Education and Head Start and free lunches. Let's get parents who understand, yes, parents' rights to say what's happening and to enforce, putting resources into our public schools and teaching children history as it occurred instead of this revisionist. So there is that kind of work that needs to happen. I go back to the point about consumers' rights. Let's pay attention to which corporation and which industry are doing things that we don't like, and figure out how we vote with our pocketbook in those areas. Run for office. Encourage people that who want to do something based on a solution to a problem to run for office. There are these things that we can do that include another issue. We have a massive amount of distrust in our country right now. A distrust that the people have in our government and our systems. I think largely fueled by also the distrust that so many people rightly had after the pandemic about the system just failing them. But we also have an extraordinary amount of distrust right now between the American people. Americans don't trust each other right now. And it's more than I'm going to lock my door at night. Mm-hmm. Americans don't trust that someone else is not out to harm them. That someone else is not out to threaten their very existence. And that's real. And we have some deep work to do. That's about building back up to that trust between the people and between the people and our government and our system.
But they keep kicking our fucking Mexicans out.
We need to do a better job.
You
there's
know.
Going to be a lot of debris when this administration is done. There's going to be a lot of broken stuff. And part of what I write about is when it comes time then to be about rebuilding and hopefully transformation, let's not be too nostalgic. because it's not like what we had before was that perfect either. And a lot of it was broken and needs to be fixed. Right?
So both rebuild and remake
and
invent.
reform and
And
reinvent.
invent.
Yeah.
No, not reinvent, invent.
Yeah,
perhaps.
and invent. Yes.
Right. You called yourself a joyful warrior in your campaign. How would you describe yourself right now?
I'm still a joyful warrior. I am.
Would you add anything else?
No, I am emphasis on warrior. But no, listen, I think that we fight for something. More than anything, we are fighting for something. And we are not going to do it in a way that we don't allow ourselves a moment to have a good laugh or sing a song or dance or love or enjoy anything that brings that enjoyment. These things are consistent with one another. The fight is consistent with allowing yourself something that feeds your heart and your soul and your spirit. That's what the fight is. I'll end it with this. I ended every rally with the call and response: when we fight, we win. And Adam was with me, Kirsten, everybody was with me. So we know the outcome of the election. It was an awful night. And there were so many people that were at Howard that night. We all thought we were going to have a victory speech. And we asked everybody to come back the next day, and I needed to give a different speech. And I had to reconcile in my head, and for everyone who would be there, how do I reconcile that? I kept saying, especially to our young people, I kept saying, when we fight, we win. How do I help them understand that this is not as trite as, oh, you win some, you lose some? And then on the way to Howard, I actually wrote in, but the fight takes a while sometimes. And that's it. Sometimes the fight takes a while. So knowing that we have to have that level of endurance and we need some sustenance, let's allow ourselves to be joyful and to fight. Knowing that we can make a difference, knowing that we're not going to let any one election or circumstance or individual dampen our spirit and our sense of optimism. They cannot defeat our spirit if we don't let them. If they do, they're winning, and they're not winning if we don't let them. Thank you all very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Be well, everyone. I'll see you out there. And thank you for everything you do. Thank you all.
Today's show was produced by Christian Castro-Rosell, Kateri Yoakum, Michelle Alloy, Megan Burney, Kaylin Lynch, and Devin Schwartz. Nishat Kurwa is Vox Media's executive producer of podcasts. Special thanks to Rosemary Ho and Catherine Barner. And our theme music is by Trackademics. If you're already following this show, you don't have to worry about your circumcision. If not, then you get to hang out with JD Vance on the couch. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on Thursday.
Ooh, ooh, cool. These guys look cool. These rocks under the waterfall, they're like 70 gold or something. They're worth checking. This sword heals me so much. They fixed reaching rune glass of leeching or whatever. $275K, you tripping. I love my digital aquarium. It's been an instant hit. I love sitting and watching this aquarium from time to time. It's so good.
like to remind visitors that dropping litter anywhere other than an approved recycling station carries an automatic 500 credit fine.
Love just running around this game farming. It's really able to keep my attention when most games can't. John versus Trump's authoritarianism.
Here's what I found.
No. The Nazi dismantling of constitutional law in Germany. Let's do that.
This channel is part of the History Hit network. In post-World War I Germany, the law had been a most respected entity, with the country regaining some stability, in part due to capable lawyers and judges, many of them Jewish. In 1933, no law could inhibit Germany's political and military rise to power. In a step-by-step process, the National Socialist government dismantled constitutional law, usurped justice, and created a lethal totalitarian system that soon engulfed Germany and all of Europe. Redefining the nation as a pure political and biological organism, the Nazi government imposed legislation that reinforced its ideological program in all aspects of German life, with a focus on race, business, religion, and medicine.
I love going out and getting 1,600 pounds of farm and slinging it all. You get such good money. I'm already back up to 91, and I blew 15K today. I bought stuff today, a lot of stuff. Fuck Hitler and fuck Trump.
1920, Hitler began. He was considered just a joke then.
Ugh. 2020, Trump began. He was just a joke then, or whatever. 2010, Trump began. It's like hearing the same shit. It's so stupid.
Political upstart by the name of Adolf Hitler.
Donald Trump.
Attempted to overthrow the Weimar government of President Friedrich Ebert.
He attempted to overthrow Canada, Greenland, and Mexico for some reason.
Historically, the Bavarian Beer Hall served as a locale of camaraderie and occasional ideological meetings.
Occasionally, he told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by. You'll all be stormtroopers soon.
Started out in 1920 was in crisis. Certainly, the Weimar Republic had all kinds of obstacles to try to overcome. Its leaders were seen as responsible for Germany's surrender in World War I, which no one in Germany expected. They were also seen as responsible for the Versailles Treaty, which all Germans felt was incredibly unfair. Even though both the surrender and the need to sign that treaty were really dictated by the generals, who felt that Germany could not sustain further military action.
On November 8th, with 600 stormtroopers led by Ernst Röhm, Hitler descended upon the Bürgerbräukeller and shouted out, "The national revolution has broken out. The hall is surrounded." After several speeches by Putsch leaders, Hitler left, wrongly believing the revolution had begun. If you love history, then you'll love History Hit. Our extensive library of documentary features everything from the ancient origins of our earliest ancestors to the daring mission to sink the Bismarck. History Hit has hundreds of exclusive documentaries with unrivaled access to the world's best historians. We're committed to bringing history fans award-winning documentaries and podcasts that you cannot find anywhere else. Sign up now for a free trial, and Timeline fans get 50% off their first 3 months. Just be sure to use the code TIMELINE at checkout.
Having created a political movement out of what was a very small German Workers' Party. Adolf Hitler, inspired by what Benito Mussolini had done in Italy, where he had been able to organize a march on Rome, which put him in a position of power, felt that he could do the same thing. Now, in his case, he had to start from Munich in Bavaria, which is where the Nazi Party had begun and built itself up. And his plan was twofold. He was going to coerce the leaders of Munich and Bavaria into moving out of his way, and he was then going to march on Berlin.
At 11 a.m. on November
I always thought that
Berlin's
I had always just heard that like who built Berlin, I guess, is my question for the AI. Let's ask her. Hi Alexam, who built Berlin?
Oranges generally grow best.
No. Who built sorry. Who built the city Berlin and when?
Berlin, the capital of Germany, was originally founded in the 13th century.
Oh.
It developed from the merging of two towns, Berlin and Köln, which were located on opposite sides of the Spree River.
So Alexam, I remember from an old documentary that Hitler like kind of rebuilt Berlin when the Nazis came into power. Is that true? Was Berlin completely like reformed? Didn't he do a bunch of architecture in Berlin? Didn't Hitler do a bunch of architecture in Berlin? Or was that his yeah, he had an architect, I think, actually, but she's just not responding. I don't know. God damn it. So I'm under the impression that Hitler did a bunch of work on Berlin as the Nazis came into power. Didn't he basically reshape the entire city?
Yes, Adolf Hitler and the Nazi regime did have plans to reshape Berlin, known as Welthauptstadt Germania, or World Capital Germania. They aimed to transform the city into a grand capital that would reflect the power of the Third Reich. However, many of these plans were never fully realized due to the outbreak of World War II and subsequent destruction during the war.
Are you interested in a job? Good profit.
Thank you, Alexander. That's good. Yeah, I was like, didn't Hitler completely rebuild Berlin? So whenever I hear about Berlin, I'm like, yeah, but wasn't it basically like a Nazi stronghold?
Followers attempted to take over Munich public buildings, but the armed police...
Yeah, they didn't like reform Munich, but they definitely did reform Berlin. I mean, I'm sure they did some work in Munich, but I don't think they rebuilt the city for war the way they did Berlin. They built Berlin into a fortress city. Or at least that's what the BBC led me to believe on a World War II documentary. World War II in color or whatever. Not color, it's the older one. BBC World War II. And like I was like amazed to learn that Hitler pretty much like reformed all of Berlin with crazy like Nazi fucking architecture built around this idea that they might be under siege all the time, basically, I guess, or whatever it was. And they were trying to rebuild this fortress city, the crown gem of like she was saying, the crown gem of like Germania, basically. It's just crazy. And like, that's fine. I mean, that's what we did with Washington, D.C. I don't really see why it's that crazy. It's sort of weird, but anyways, like, it's just sort of like, Berlin is, or at least now it is, from what I understand, like Berlin kind of was like turned into a fortress city all the way up until the bunker, and then it just became a normal city over over the Cold War. But like, it's weird to think that Berlin itself is actually like you heard the AI confirm it. Hitler rebuilt Berlin into a Nazi stronghold city that was designed to withhold like a bunch of siege from all his enemies and stuff. And it's really crazy. So every time I ever hear Berlin mentioned, I'm like, oh, that crazy Nazi stronghold city. Because it's not really a normal city. It's like a Nazi designed stronghold city. It was originally just the capital of Germany, but they converted it into this crazy like stronghold city with like metal walls and like like crazy shit, and Berlin is like kind of a Nazi built city of hate essentially. But it's not that anymore. But I mean, it's not that anymore at all. I mean, but like it was built from hate. It was like this thing that the Nazis did to protect themselves in their capital city. They made like a Washington D.C., but instead of making Washington D.C., they turned Berlin into a crazy Nazi stronghold bunker, and then we sieged Berlin a whole bunch. But I mean, it was this crazy strong Nazi stronghold town that we didn't know a lot about. We learned later that he like killed all these Jews and stole their money and then spent the money on rebuilding Berlin basically. For like long sieges. He was like trying to make a Minas Tirith essentially.
Great deal of economic turmoil.
That was like extended up above and had big fucking walls, and you can march. I don't know if you've ever seen the big Nazi marches in Berlin, but like 300 men can walk all the way across, and they can stand arm to arm and go 300 across and still not really fill the whole fucking square and stuff. And he rebuilt Berlin so they could do stuff like that, like march crazy amounts of legions through their fucking main thing, because they really were intent on taking a German swing at the Nazis were intent on making a German swing of taking over the entire known world. So they were planning on Berlin on being like a Washington D.C., except more like a Washington D.C. if it was built like the Pentagon, which is what they did to the Berlin. They rebuilt Berlin into this crazy Nazi magic spell. I mean, I don't know what else to call it. Berlin is actually really insane. The architecture of it is rather interesting. And the Nazis, like, it was originally just a capital city. It was totally fine till Hitler got a hold of it and converted it into this battle city. It's like basically converted. Think like Flying Fortress, except a city. That's what Berlin is. Now it changed ever since the ever since the big war, World War II or whatever, or the Great War even really. Like Berlin changed a lot. It's now just a normal city. It's not some fucking crazy like war-torn city that's like a big crazy fortress city. It is built like that, but it doesn't look like that when you're there. But and it's unfortunate because I don't know why that weird bit of knowledge stuck in my head for so long. I think that information is important for some reason, but I think it's probably important for the future, but I don't really know why. But understanding that Berlin was like Berlin is what would happen if Donald Trump took over Washington. Jesus Christ, X4 is so fucking loud. I don't want to hear her voice anymore. It's so annoying. Shut up. It's like blocking me. Turn this down. I don't need the sound in X4 unless I'm actively playing it, I don't think. Even the UI isn't really that important. Just turn it off. So now, unfortunately, now that I know that, like, so think, like, okay, if you want to understand what Berlin is from the World War II BBC perspective, and it's changed in 100 years, but I mean, like, this is what they thought back in the 60s, was that Hitler had converted Berlin into this like fortress city. And all of the roads were expanded so that the 300 men across could fucking, goose step in the fucking square like they're good little fascist, idiot asses like to do. And, and for some reason, whenever I hear Berlin brought up at all, I'm like, oh, that crazy Nazi fucking stronghold. And like if you've seen pictures of Berlin in World War II, you'd understand. And I'll show you. I mean, we could probably show Berlin video of Berlin World War II, And you'll video of Berlin, the Battle of Berlin, right? Yeah, like we sieged Berlin. We tore hell out of Berlin. We were like, nah, you can't have this. And right. So rare color footage of Berlin after World War II, which is crazy. But so, and we'll do like a before and after.
Berlin, early July 1945. Since the end of the housing war in Hitler's center of power, the Soviet authorities have determined the future of the city. 2 months after the end of the war, the British and Americans are allowed to move.
So we came in, the British and the Americans decided that Berlin could still continue to be a city. But frankly, I know the British think this way because I've seen their documentaries about it, but I don't even know what the Americans thought about this. I have more of an inclination of, or more of an idea of what the British thought about this, which was that it was like basically this hellscape fortress city that we had to burn to a fucking, like to a crisp essentially to get them out of that crazy fucking bunker of his and all the fortress bullshit that he did. He was such an asshole. Like Donald Trump. It's the same thing Donald Trump would do. I know it would be. And it's just, he was such an asshole. And it took us a long time. So we burned the city. We like came in there with the fucking British and the English, or sorry, the British and the Americans and the Russians came in and we burned Berlin to the fucking ground. We were like, nah, you can't have this fucking crazy Nazi fucking fortress city that you built with all the stolen money you took from the Jews. Everybody thought it was an affront to God, basically. Not the city itself, just what Hitler turned it into, And this is an example of what I mean, fortress. You see, it's like a fortress city. It's not really like, okay, cities look like New York City or Los Angeles or even London or Paris or whatever, cities look like cities. This is a fortress town. Do you see it? There's these huge wide open streets so that tanks can go sweeping through. And this is the reality to me. Berlin is the reality that Donald Trump wants to build, which is essentially just like a war-torn state turtling. This is a term we used to use in World of Warcraft for battleground idiots who just sit there and tank up at the flag and wait for you to get there, and they don't die because they're all standing there. There's like it's a 10v10, and all 10 of them are standing there on that flag just daring you to take it. And they're not moving or doing anything. They're just sitting there waiting for you to try and take the flag so they can stomp your fucking rogue in one hit or whatever. And so that's just sort of what it's like. It's like that, where it's like they don't plan on living there. They just want to have like a place they can sit their tanks to shoot anybody who comes to try and kill them. It's kind of insane. And he put these huge, egotistical, giant fucking idiot banners all over the city. It was so egotistical and fucking stupid. It's the kind of thing Donald Trump would do, or Lenin. I mean, this is, like Lenin put the fucking, that's Lenin, by the way. That's V.I. Lenin. V.I. Lenin. And Lenin was the Russian dictator that, that like helped us stop fucking the Nazis in World War II. I don't really understand why I know why the right-wingers fear Russia with all their heart and soul. It's because of the Cold War and all the problems we had with the communists. They really hate commies. They hate fucking commies. They know how bad the Korean War was. They know how bad the Japanese were. They knew how bad like the Russians were when we fought them and stuff. Well, we didn't fight Russia really. I mean, we fought them in the Cold War, but we didn't fight them in World War II. Not really. And so like, we like, for some reason, America is fucking terrified of Russia, which makes no sense. Without Russia, we never would have won World War II. It makes no fucking sense. It makes sense for America to be xenophobic and be terrified of China because nobody in America except Chinese Americans understand China, right? We don't understand their one child left behind thing or whatever it is, or, you can't have more than 2 children. We don't understand their overpopulation or their pollution. We don't really understand their language. The only thing we really love about them is their food. We don't really understand anything else about them, but we do love Chinese people in America and we love China. But it makes a lot more sense to fear China than it does to fear Russia, because Russia stood with us in the last World War. China was in the Axis. What, weren't they? Wasn't China Axis? It's so hard to remember all this stuff. I'm not a history teacher with a book in front of me. I'm doing it from memory. Was China Axis power? I can't remember. I think they are. Yeah, they didn't stand with. Oh no, they were allied. Yeah, China was. Like, it's weird that they were an overlooked member. Like, I think of them as Axis because they had their thing with the Japanese. But they were allied. They fought the Japanese, and they were allies. And it's weird because Russia and China were, were our buddies in World War II. But then when you think about it, we don't talk a lot of shit about other countries. And well, we do, but we don't, we talk a lot of shit in this country about other countries. But we don't really fear. We might fear French people, but we don't fear France. We might fear Britain, but we don't. I mean, so we might like Britain, but we don't really fear them. Like, we don't fear a lot of people, but we as especially right wing. I'm not a right winger, but I mean, like, the right wingers in America, they fear China and Russia's communism. They're terrified of the communism in Russia. They're fucking terrified of it because their great granddaddy was terrified of fucking communist Russia. Their granddaddy was terrified of communist Russia and probably fought with them or whatever, but was terrified of V.I. Lenin. They're all still terrified of V.I. Lenin and fucking Putin and all this stuff. But I mean, we know that Russia are not punks. They're not punks. They've been around doing this for millions of years. Millions. Not like 300 years like us. They've been doing that Ruski empire of theirs, the Rusko, whatever it is, Rusko Alliance or whatever, I forget the name of it. But they've been running the Rusko Alliance for millions of fucking years. They don't want people mired up in their politics. They think of us as outsiders. They don't dislike us or hate us or anything like that. They fought with us in the last World War, both Russia and China. And the weird, I'm sorry, but it is ingrate. It is fucking ingrate. It's weird, ingrate, right-wing xenophobia of our greatest allies in World War II. It is. They were our greatest allies. It's fucking stupid. But I mean, China wasn't, but Russia absolutely was. Without Russia, we would not have, I mean, without China, we wouldn't have won either. But I mean, like, but without Russia, we really would not have gotten Hitler out of that bunker. I don't think we would have. It was kind of insane. Without Lenin's push from the east, there's no way we would have sacked Germany. There's no fucking way. There's no way it was going to happen. I'm convinced of it. I've always been convinced of it. Without the help of the Russians, we wouldn't have won World War II. It's just the fucking truth. They wouldn't have won it either. Like, without us, they would have been fucked. Like, what the Germans did to the Russians was so terrible. You saw it at the beginning of Call of Duty 1 or 2 or whatever it is. 15 fucking Russians all lined up in a row fighting the fucking Nazis like they should be. Fucking one gun to the 15 dudes. So the guy in the front fucking picks up the gun and shoots at the Nazis. He gets sprayed by the Nazis. He dies. The guy behind him picks up the gun, shoots at the Nazis, gets sprayed by the Nazis and dies. They put this in Call of Duty and it was real. This did happen. So this weird fucking piece of shit, low IQ, low education, no World War history knowing fucking piece of shit, right-wing xenophobia about Russia and fucking China. It just doesn't really fit because they were our allies, you know? We have like a complete, it's so weird. We have like a completely, I'm talking like completely blank view of Germany. We think of them as just some country in Europe now because we know they're not war torn and we know they're not like rammed by Hitler. Or they're not really rammed by Hitlers, not really. So it's like, so they have Hitlers like us. They have Hitlers like Trump, but they don't have like, they don't have like, like an Axis power of Germany fighting the whole world or whatever. So we just sort of like blindly trust Germany and they almost never enter our fucking news cycle at all. But Russia and China, the people who we fought with in the last war, the last real war, I don't really count Vietnam as a real war. I suppose a lot of our vets do. But I mean, it wasn't a really truly world war. It was a little bit more of a localized Asian conflict with world contenders and such. It was sort of a world engagement, but it wasn't really all of the world's powers, no. So I'm talking about world wars, right? In the last World War, our allies saved our fucking ass, prevented, the fucking Nazis from roaming the earth, ruling the earth, and all this other shit. And so every time some right-winger, and I'm sure Putin feels this way, I know he does, every time some ignorant right-winger like Trump talks some shit about fucking Russia or China, both of those fucking leaders, Xi Jinping and fucking Putin, roll their eyes and they're like, oh, the 3-year-old doesn't like us, you know, because they think of us as like 3-year-olds. We're like 3-year-olds to them. They've been around for 1,000,000 years. We've been around for 300 or something. We're like a 3, you know, or 200 something. Like, you know, we are like a 3-year-old to them. They roll their eyes and they're like, ha ha ha, silly whitey in America thinks he runs the world politics. We've been doing this for 1,000,000 years. This is what they think. That's what they say in their language, but we don't speak it, so they don't understand. So we don't understand them. This is why we have diplomats, but Trump conveniently, Trump and all the right wingers constantly fucking they either use diplomats like what's his name, stupid Nixon's guy, Henry Kissinger, to ruin the world, or they completely ignore diplomats and they pretend they don't exist. One or the other. They either use them to do terrible inside stuff or nothing at all. They either use them for ill will or they don't ever use them at all, basically. They might use them for the UN, to build the UN, but they don't really listen to diplomats almost ever, which is fucking stupid. The diplomat usually either grew up in or went to school in the country in question. They know people there. They know what the government's thinking. They can watch the Saturday morning or whatever. They can watch what's the big news day? Is that Friday or whatever? They can watch like the Friday morning news in Russia, in fucking Moscow, and they can understand what the people are talking about because they are like a diplomat. They have knowledge of fucking Russia or China. For some reason, the right wing is terrified of diplomats. We've never really understood this, but they don't care to talk to the enemy at all. They don't care to. I think it's kind of ignorant. You know, we need diplomats. You need to talk to the enemy to figure out if they're about to shoot you or not. That's the main value. I don't really value diplomats talking us out of problems, honestly. I don't think it's very common. I think it happens with people who are like accidental diplomats like Mahatma Gandhi or, I don't know, like, you know, Mother Teresa or something like this. But I don't think most diplomats are very effective at all. And I wouldn't say ignore them, but definitely we don't almost ever let them help us. We don't ever let diplomats fucking help us for some reason. The diplomats and I know better than to blindly hate Russia and China. It's just fucking stupid. And Russia and China spent most of the news cycle till Trump went crazy. Till Trump just basically went crazy on tariffs and fucking Dogecoins and sucking Elon's dick and all this stupid ass shit. And like, you know, and then Elon's kid and all that weirdness, you know, there's Trump next to little boy, which just makes me uncomfortable. It's fucking weird. Elon dandling his little boy in front of Trump was so fucking weird on such a weird, basic, shitty level that I fucking made me want to puke in the sink. I did have trouble, like, almost puking in the sink that day when I watched that interview as they Dogecoin took over our fucking government so they can fucking tell us to hate China and Russia some more. But it's like, motherfucker, you understand that we there would be Nazis controlling America right now if Russia and China hadn't stood with us in the last war. Every single time one of you idiot fucking ignorant right-wingers talk shit about China and Russia again, I'm not saying suck their dick or love them or have babies with them or whatever. So I'm not saying they need to be your best friend, but they are definitely not your worst enemy. There are far worse contenders on this planet than Russia and fucking China. Putin laughs every time he bends fucking Trump over in the fucking world stage because Trump is like a 3-year-old to him. Trump is like a 3-year-old compared to Putin, compared to the world stage, compared to all the history and the shit that Putin is required by his people to know to run that country. We don't require Trump to know anything except his login info to fucking lie social. We don't require anything of Trump. Putin is required by his people, and they will fucking siege him and take him for being weak. They're not a weak people, if he shows weakness in any fucking way or form. And this is something that Trump does all the time. I'm sure Putin just laughs at it with his wife or whatever. He probably goes home to his wife and he's like, Trump was a pussy today. And she's like, big surprise. And he's like, yeah, big surprise. Fucking pussy. And that's the extent of probably the talking that he does about Trump, unless Trump threatens him with a nuclear missile or something. He's just not weak like Trump. He's not worried about Trump, I don't think at all. I think he's got him bent over in the world stage completely. He knows that Trump won't do anything to Russia because Trump is a pussy. Russia's not a fucking pussy. pussy, but Trump is a pussy. Only pussies charge you 100% tariffs or whatever. No other country in the world could get away with that, but Trump does it because he's a fucking pussy, and he uses tariffs rather than words. You could just use your diplomats, you fucking shithead, but no, you don't. You just fucking charge 100% markup on all trades with China. We like China. We buy a lot of stuff from China. It's just like this thing about kicking the Mexicans out of the country. You guys didn't think first. You don't have a plan. Your fucking lack of plan is fucking stupid. So yeah, you can talk shit about our greatest allies in World War II and see how that goes and fuck around and find out with your ignorant brain rot tablet, brain rotted fucking idiot ass brains with no content inside of your head. I swear to God. You can go and talk shit about our greatest allies in World War II, but that might not be that wise. If you listen to diplomats or anybody with a fucking brain, you might know better, or maybe learn some World War II history or something like this, or read a book. But sitting there and hating China and Russia on Fox News, that's not it. That's not it. That's not how you deal with your previous allies. That's not how you treat them. That's not it. Like, I'm not saying you have to suck their dick or give them money or anything like that we do. I'm saying that you definitely don't capitulate to them. You definitely don't ever show weakness to them. And Trump gets bent over in the world stage all the time. They made a lot of fun of how he made fun of what's his asshole's wife, how ugly Butt Buddy's wife is. What's his name? Stupid ass. What did they made him charge of something crazy? What did Ted Cruz, right? So it's funny to the right wing ignorant fucking idiocracy in America when Trump insults Ted Cruz's wife, but believe it or not, there are old style aristocrats all over the fucking world in every country known to man who are like, look at this uncouth, crass, fat, rich white American talking shit about his best friend's wife, other Republicans' wives. And they see that as a sign of weakness. There's that fat, crass, loose mouth, fucking loose lips, sink ships fucking American with his orange turd face, fucking totally just talking shit about his fellow Republicans again. That is a sign of weakness. When Putin sees stuff like this, he goes, oh, well, it's clearly obvious that this man is a panty waste who wears diapers. It's clearly fucking obvious. It's obvious to the entire fucking known world that the man's a fucking pussy. So he bends him over in the world stage because he knows Trump won't do anything. And it's fucking stupid. And they do this shit because Trump has no fucking filter. And believe it or not, some rich people and some politicians and some power players in this world really, really, really don't like and will not work with uncouth, impulsive people. You want to know why? Uncouth, impulsive people really hurt bottom line profit margins in the stock market, in their corpo fucking lifestyles, in their leadership, in their corporations, in their money, in their insurance, everything. You understand? They don't do unpredictable and uncouth and disrespectful. They don't do that in the business world. They don't do it in the politics world. I mean, they do disrespectful shit in the politics world, but they're not respected for it. It is remembered when they act like this, and it is called it is sussed out as a weakness in the world stage. Every time Trump insults somebody's wife or that bitch talks about killing her dog or whatever, this is bad for America. I know that's hard for right-wingers to comprehend. They think that all bad PR is good. But no, it's true that all bad PR is, it is true there's no such bad thing as PR. But bad PR, there's no such thing as bad PR, right? But there is such a thing as a difference between good and bad PR. There's a difference between good and bad PR. We don't want bad PR. The world thinks us weak when we use like cuss language in our president's speech. The world looks weak. America looks weak when our president gets kicked off of every single social media out there except for his own corrupt self-made one. That's a sign that you're a criminal, essentially. And all these other terrible red flag warning signs that America's been taken over by an incompetent man who's like 3 years old in his world knowledge or whatever. No idea who Russia and China are. No idea how to talk to these people. No concept of a plan or anything like this. So you might think that that's fine. He's meritocracy. He can just do it. He's Jesus. He walks on water. My man walks or whatever, right? I can understand that the Semper Fi gung ho fucking like attitude that was taught to you by the military or whatever, or milsims at least. Hopefully military, but if not military, at least milsims or something. It's called structure. It's called rank and file and structure, and they don't really like it when you're super fucking fast and super unpredictable and super uncouth, and that hurts their bottom margins, their stocks, their fucking companies, everything, right? So every time Trump is uncouth and fucking stupid and fires off some fucking rounds and throws some smoke at somebody, it gets fucking called out by the fact checkers and looks weak and fucking gets bent over in the world stage by Putin or whatever. All the rest of the world looks at us with a little bit less respect. We could have just shut the fuck up and not bother with Russia. We could have just shut the fuck up and not bother with China or Israel or Palestine. We could have just shut the fuck up. But no, our 3-year-old, by three-year-old, I mean 300 years, but it is 300 years is like 3 years in the world stage. 300 years is like 300 years is like 3 years in the world stage. It's really not that much time. It's really not that much time at all. They've been trying to kill each other in these Game of Thrones bullshit. Where did you think he got Game of Thrones was? He did not pull that shit out of his ass. He's describing tons of battle campaigns that happened throughout the whole world, where some Game of Thrones, Tyrion Lannister tried to take some fucking bitch or something. I don't know. It's like some person that they didn't like because they don't follow some god that they don't like or whatever, right? So, or Targaryen or whatever. I don't even care that whole story. I don't care. So I don't need Game of Thrones. I've had better books by his friend. I've read better books that his friends wrote. And definitely I don't need Game of Thrones because we have one in the real world, and it's not too fun, and it's a lot more engaging, and it's definitely it's definitely more interesting. And so whatever, man, like you can, like I think about Berlin being this fortress city. What if he does that in America? What if he tries to bunker in America? What if he tries to gas the poor instead of the Jews? I mean, all this other stuff. What if he tries to gas the Mexicans instead of the Jews? What if he keeps acting like he wants to? It's fucking stupid. Maybe he doesn't want that, but I mean, that's the bullying threat that they keep coming with. They keep threatening to build a wall, shut out our closest neighbor, and defy the Christian fucking tenet of love thy neighbors, which is weird. I mean, he is kind of a godless man. It's weird. We've never seen him in church.
A camera crew of Hollywood director George.
So this is what a fortress city looks like. It's got this huge wide open street. See it? It's so that they can run tanks and cars down it, but still pull up right in front of the door and dump, like, they call it materiel. It's like wartime materials. They can still ride right up to the door and dump wartime materials right into the stone, like, I'm talking like straight up concrete fucking like bunker. Like, all of these buildings are bunkers. He turned Berlin into a city of bunkers. It wasn't like this before his fucking stupid Nazi ass took power. And I'm terrified of this kind of thing happening in America. I don't want him converting DC or not DC, but I mean, it would logically, the Nazis converted Berlin, which was the capital of America. So yeah, if Trump is playing the Hitler playbook, he would logically convert DC into a new Pentagon city, because he does have that kind of money. He doesn't have that money, but we the public do. We the public have enough money to convert convert Washington D.C. into a Pentagon city. It's probably the right wingers' ultimate fucking jack off jizz dream, wet dream or whatever. The ultimate jack off right wing wet dream is probably to convert Washington D.C. into a state of the art fucking Pentagon facility that stretches for an entire city, that uses black people and Mexicans like slaves to build their fucking Death Star that they use to fight the poor. I'm sorry, it is like my worst nightmare. That's what happened to Germany. That's exactly what happened to Germany. He turned the main capital city into a Death Star so he could fucking use it as a bunker city to control and murder the Jews and try to take over the fucking world. And I'm terrified of this happening in America. I'm sorry, I really am. I don't think we're that far from that. It's kind of insane. So like, you know, whatever. I'm terrified of that happening in America. So I covered what I wanted to cover about Berlin. Now we go back to the Nazi dismantle of the constitutional law in Germany, because that's exactly what is happening right here in America right now. That's the warning sign that a big fascist world war is about to start, where all the big jackbooted fucking thugs of the fucking world who believe they can get whatever they want with gun violence or whatever try to shoot all the unarmed fucking public of the world, and we go nuts and we arm our armies and we go and fight them. That's what World War II was. That's what World War I was. That's what we said Vietnam was, but what it really was like an opium war.
Germany, and Hitler decided to seize the occasion.
For some reason, they've been having opium wars in that French, Indochina, I think they call it. Like, they've been having opium problems in Indochina since dawn immemorial. They've been killing each other over opium in Indochina. I don't know why. They just do. It's like what we do over cocaine with the fucking cartels in Mexico. We don't know why we kill the cartels and the cartels kill us or whatever, and the cartels kill the peasants and all this crazy shit. And like, we don't know why it's so nasty down there. We don't need to buy cocaine from fucking Colombia. We can grow it here. We can grow it in labs here, and we can sell it to our boys for a lot less than $300 a fucking 8-ball or whatever it is they charge. Why would you buy cocaine from Colombia? That's so fucking stupid. Did you ever play, I don't know, what's a good game like this? I don't know, Warcraft or, I don't know, Command & Conquer. What's a game that Trump might have played once, right? Maybe Command & Conquer, right? Call it Command & Conquer. That's good. Red Alert. Call it Command & Conquer, Red Alert. So you set up a city. Do you start buying cocaine from a city 600 miles away? Or do you just grow cocaine in the city where you live and just sell it wholesale to your people for $5 a fucking pound or whatever? Or do you go to Colombia 600 miles away and pay them $300 fucking dollars a fucking ounce or whatever it is? $300 a fucking, like $300 an 8-ball, basically. It's like $300 an 8-ball. It's not even $300 an ounce. It used to be $300 an ounce. It's not $300 an ounce anymore, no. It's like, yeah. So why are we going to Colombia for our fucking cocaine, you piece of shit? Decriminalize now and start growing cocaine in America. We have a terrible, terrible cocaine habit. We have a terrible, terrible heroin habit. We have a terrible, terrible meth habit. So stop paying Chinese people and fucking cartels from fucking from fucking Germany and fucking Colombia and Mexico and shit like this. Why are we paying other countries' drug dealers? I don't fucking know. It's like all the other fucking stupid shit in this fucking country that the right wing does. Why the fuck do we do this stupid ass cartel border war? Why are we doing this? We could easily grow cocaine in Kentucky or something and put it in the Walgreens, and we would definitely improve the world by a massive scale. Massive. We wouldn't be paying the cartels anymore. We're not fucking guarding that border looking for crazy cartel smugglers anymore. They just shrug and go, well, what can we do? They're not buying from us anymore. That's the truth. They tell us all the time. Pablo Escobar told us that from his jail cell. He was like, if you didn't buy the cocaine from us, we wouldn't be here. This is Pablo Escobar trying to talk to George Bush Senior or whatever. And I swear to God, the average right-winger just will not listen to anybody who isn't rich and white. They just won't do it. It doesn't matter if it's your worst enemy like Hitler or whatever. It doesn't fucking matter if Rich Whitey will not listen to anybody but Rich Whitey. So when Pablo Escobar, who has more money than Donald Trump, tells him that, hey, if you didn't buy cocaine so much, we wouldn't be so rich and famous, and so popular with your DEA and all this. And it's like, yeah, motherfucker, if we didn't go over there and spend all that money on cocaine is a very bad, Caucasianally irresponsible drug. you can go to the Vice and then look at this shit. Cocaine is an extremely irresponsible drug compared to meth or heroin. The money doesn't add up the same. The crack is a terrible, terrible fucking hypocrisy. And crack is a terrible, terrible drug. And like, cocaine is not that terrible of a drug. You can probably do it and party and not die. Crack will fucking kill you. Crack kills. Crack kills every single time. If you get a crack addiction, it will kill you. It'll pretty much kill you. It's like, it's not set in stone, but it will definitely fry your brain with synesthesia or whatever it's called, that the brain damage that you get for doing too much drugs, and it will fry your brain to the point where you won't know what your name is anymore. Crack will kill you. Cocaine will not do that. If you do pure cocaine and you only do it on the weekends or whatever, and you stop after a year or whatever, you probably aren't going to die. If you do crack in America right now today, you probably will die within 5 or 10 years, something like that. It is like that. It's that addictive. It's that problematic. And fentanyl's even worse. And on top of that, they cut all the cartel. Another problem with my dealer won't tell me where he gets it was a hugely funny joke on Bill Wirtz's History of the World, I guess, right? He's like, I don't know where my dealer gets his opium from. He won't tell me. Right. And this is this hilarious world joke about we go to other countries to buy our drugs for some fucking reason. We're kind of gringo about it. We're like, we don't know how to grow marijuana, cocaine, heroin, or speed or whatever. Like, but we do know how to do that really fucking well. We just don't bother. We'd rather go pay Mexicans to do it, which is another reason why your fucking attitude towards Mexicans are so fucking bad. Our attitude towards Mexicans is, oh, let's go pay Mexicans to do it. That is our attitude towards them. It's always been our white Christian nationalist attitude towards Mexicans is we'll pay Mexicans to do it, and we're not going to treat them like human beings or whatever. It's disgusting. That's how we treat migrant farm workers. It's just disgusting. So how do you fix all these drug cartel border problems that Trump ran on? I talk solutions, motherfucker. Stop buying cocaine from fucking Colombia. Stop doing it. Just source cocaine, source heroin, and source fucking speed in fucking America like a normal person, and stop buying it from China. And then we wouldn't have any fentanyl in our dope that's killing all of our junkies. We wouldn't have cartels scaring the living shit out of our fucking kids. Like, we wouldn't have like junkie people that are doing more fentanyl than actual dope, and all these other world terrible problems that he ran on but didn't solve. And I'm sorry, but please stop buying cocaine. If you do, don't buy it from anybody but American people, and make sure that it was somehow grown in America. But we can't, because we have the DEA and the pig choppers in the sky with the infrared that can see the cocaina plants, Jesus Christ, I don't need cigarette boats for Miami Vice. I don't need that. I don't need them chasing me for drugs in my own country. Who cares if an American gets high? We're the greatest country in the world. It's like a privilege we earned. We can get high. We have money. We have, we have people. We have infrastructure. We have everything to be able to grow cocaine, poppies, and fucking where does pseudoephedrine come from? What's the plant? What's the actual plant? It's like, I forget. Like, what plant does pseudoephedrine come from? I forget. What plant does pseudoephedrine come from? The ephedra. Sorry, I was like, it's something ephedra, right? It's something ephedra, but I couldn't remember. It's a traditional Chinese medicines for thousands of years. This is hilarious, and the Chinese will laugh at this about this, but the Chinese have been doing meth for thousands, if not millions of years. They know a lot more about alkaloids than we do. They definitely do. And so whatever, whatever. So the ephedra, God wouldn't have made the ephedra, the cocaine, and the fucking poppy plant if God didn't want us to be happy. That should be how a right winger looks at drugs. It was up until the death of Mark Twain, essentially, up until basically the death of Mark Twain, and right when they decided they really, really didn't like black people and they wanted to basically relitigate the Civil War again, and we had to do the whole the whole fucking civil liberties unit, the civil liberties push and all that, the civil push. And so it's just weird Like, we could grow these shrubs. They're all shrubs. The marijuana plant is basically a shrub. The fucking ephedra plant is basically a shrub. It grows everywhere. Fucking poppies are basically shrubs. They're not, but they're close. They're like, you know, they're the shrubs that grow in pretty much any climate that do really well. And the reason that this is like this is they have extremely strong effects on the human, you know, physiology. Like meth, speed, heroin, cocaine, whatever. But we know that we like these drugs. We abuse these drugs. We'd rather hide it and throw our children in jail over it. It's fucking stupid. So then we also, on top of this, we don't grow our own dope. We go and we outsource that like we do everything the fuck else because America's an outsourced country. I don't know why you keep attacking all of our foreign fucking allies. It's insane. And like, and just all this weird shit that the right wing does, it just doesn't make fucking financial sense. It doesn't make fucking logical sense. Why would, like, and it's not just the right wing doing this, going to like Colombia to buy cocaine. But when you think of strapped up gun bearing drug dealers, do you think of liberals or do you think of right wingers? When you think of Noriega or, I don't know, Pol Pot or something, do you think of Mahatma Gandhi or do you think of Hitler? Because it's like those are right wingers doing these wars and this drug control and all this stuff. It's like weird borders, squabbles and disputes and immigration policies in every right-wing country. It's fucking weird. And they just talk about shutting people out all the time as if that's possible. You can't shut out any humans on this planet. They were born on the planet Earth. They can walk wherever they want to walk. They're free human beings. If they want to come to America, then I expect they'll come to America. Can we stop them? We're not going to sit there and stand there and guard the border, apparently. So no, we can't stop them. No, and that wouldn't stop them anyways. They can sap any wall. They can figure out something. They can smuggle or bribe any official. It's sort of, you know, it's hard to stop corruption, but there's an easy way to stop it, which is ending black markets. We could just end the black market, build new farms in America, sell the drugs to the kids like they want, and let them kill themselves, because we have fucking 8 billion people on this planet. I don't give a flying fuck if Americans kill themselves with heroin. I don't care. I know that sounds cold, but I mean, in terms of the life cost, that might actually be good for the planet. Humans have what we call footprints. They're like what you use in your lifetime from the environment directly. It's like oxygen, water, pollution footprint, all this other stuff, right? Humans have footprints. And the footprint of buying cocaine from Colombia is so expensive on such a massive scale for so many reasons. Not only do they have to ship it and fly it and smuggle it and all this other stupid ass shit, but they have to move it. Anytime you have to move something to a different country, it's just twice as expensive or whatever. It's just insane. So what happens when poor inner city drug addicts spend all of their money on hard drugs? It's like all that money just goes to Colombia on top of it. It doesn't even stay in the country. This is because you decided you needed Colombia to be your fucking enemy. I mean, and on top of it, the money that you paid for cocaine for the last 50 years enabled Pablo Escobar to build his own jail with his own secret exit. I mean, it's that fucking crazy. He built his own jail so that he could build a secret exit down there so he could smuggle in cocaine and hookers, and he did. That's how fucking powerful our drug money is. It allows crazy fucking drug dictators from other countries to fucking build their own prisons and build their own escape hatches from the prison. It's insane. That's literally what he did. With all that money that we spend on cocaine, it's insane. Why would we spend this on a foreign interest? Like, the leadership, they're so incompetent. I challenge their right to even be there anymore. Both sides, Democrats and Republicans, have not talked about a solution in fucking 50 years or something. What do they talk about? Well, we're going to lose our health care. That's like all they ever say. We're going to lose our health care. They're being racist. And it's like, God damn it, man. Like, I don't know, man. Like, we could do some sweeping drug policy changes. We could do some interesting foreign policy besides tariffs. We could say, why are we reliant on foreign oil? Why are we reliant on foreign drugs? Why are we reliant on foreign tech? Why are we reliant on foreign military? We make the best shit in the world. What the fuck? We can't make some good heroin, pure heroin. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're a chemist in America with a fucking master's master's in chemistry. I don't see why you can't take a poppy plant and convert it into pure heroin. And then we don't sell it to anybody else like they do to us, because that makes them into the enemy. Look at how much we hate the cartels and you know, Capone and Noriega and all these weird mafioso gangster types, right? We hate this shit. We do. But the problem is we spend all of our money on these mafioso gangster types. We could just grow the dope here. We could just stop letting the lobbies control our fucking politicians. We're the public. We could just choose to wipe out lobbies entirely, and we do need to. Literally today, I just sent a fucking video letter to my fucking my governor in my state of Washington, pretty much demanding that he ends our fucking, like, the fucking middleman that is lobbies. The American public should be able to beseech their fucking leadership for what we want. We shouldn't have to like build a corporation, make the corporation successful, have the corporation fund a lobby, have the lobby petition fucking politicians to ignore the public's needs and pay the corporation's needs, and help make sure the corporation's goals are met. And I'm sorry, but like that is, I don't know why we still have an electoral system that needs reform. I don't know why, you know, there's a lot of stuff happening. I don't know why drugs are still illegal. I don't know, all these things. I don't know, man. It's a level of incompetence that can't really continue in this country.
Bishop Clemens von Galen risked his life by giving an anti-euthanasia sermon in Münster on August 3rd, 1941.
Good for him.
Due to his
Even the clergy were against them. Everybody was against them. Nobody likes Nazis, not really. They'll wheel and deal with them, and they'll do corrupt shit with them. And they'll ignore them and let them do the Holocaust and stuff like that with their incompetence and their inability to act. But what they don't do is like Nazis. Nobody really likes Nazis. Nobody really does. It's not really this thing that ever happens. There's success in powerful, authoritarian factions, but nobody ever truly likes the powerful authoritarian factions, so they never last. You can rise up like Alexander and try to own the known world all of your fucking life like some piece of shit egomaniacal fucking dictator if you want. But it doesn't really change that everybody hates you and everybody's working to get out from under your thumb and everybody likes their freedom and doesn't want you telling them what to do all the time. We're Americans. We don't like being told what to do all the time. America's about being free.
The arrest of Catholic clergy, and
the No Kings weekend really came strong politically, content-wise for me. Like the last 3 days have been super good political stuff for me. It really was. Like Friday was kind of weak, but Saturday and Sunday were really good political stream days for me. I got a lot done. I made a statement to my governor publicly. I was like, end the lobby's fucking influence over our government now. I don't want lobbies anymore. Why should a paid shill have more power than the American public, you fucking assholes? Why? Why would a paid shill like the IDF or whatever have fucking more sway over Donald Trump than me? I'm an American. You know, I'm not a lobby. I'm a fucking American. What I think about drug policy should be far, far, far more weighty in Trump's eyes than some fucking PAC or some fucking lobby. It's like they found a way to monetize our government where the criminals can just buy what they want out of the government. It's like they basically they made the graft official. And I'm sorry, but I'm just never, ever really gonna like that. I'm not going to ever truly like that. Zampa Zippa against Divine Disseminators. Ooh, look, the FPS boost does help with this. Oh, did you log me? Of course you did. Now I'm in the queue again. Oh, well, it's bedtime anyways. It's okay. I'll play something else. No, I'll just watch videos. I mean, that's what I'm doing anyways.
Of Catholic schools and religious
I will go to bed here in 15 minutes.
education being taught in schools,
Hi,
and the
kitty.
future question of Catholic youth groups and ministry to youth.
Yeah, there was this point where even the church was like, what you're doing is foul and evil and we can't support it anymore. You've caused so much death and sorrow and fucking poverty and shit. And so even the church pulls back. And that's actually kind of profound for an authoritarian fascist identity of like Hitler and the Nazis and stuff. Where the church won't back you anymore because you've caused too much theft and violence and murder and stuff. That's when usually the fucking right wing goes crazy. When the church won't back them in their fucking genocide anymore. That's when the right wing starts their Holocaust. That's the trigger point. If you wonder when it is, it's right when the church forsakes them and they don't even have God's approval anymore. And then it's them against the world. So then they start plotting their nuclear strikes and their fucking genocides and then trying to eliminate the riffraff or whatever it is they do, you know? It's like right when the church and God forsakes them and the fucking Pope or the deacon is like, yeah, I can't back you. I'm sorry. You just caused a war that killed 1 million people, you know? And at that point, they just go crazy when they realize that even the church isn't their friend, even God isn't their friend anymore. They go crazy and they start killing people on a mass level. And that's what we must avoid. I hate Christofascism. It's this thing about if I don't have God, then nobody has anything. It's like this with every religion. It's like if I don't have Allah, then nobody has anything. If I don't have God, then nobody has anything. If I don't have, you know, I don't know, what's another one? Confucius, then we don't have anything or whatever. And it's kind of weird that everybody has this attitude. So when you put like 15 organized religions in the same place at the same time, you just have dissent. That's it. No, that's all. And every religion thinks that every other religion is trying to wipe them out. In a jihad. And in America, the religion is called McDonald's. It's McDonald's capitalism, and it's spread across the world far faster and far further than Jesus did. I don't care if that's heresy. I don't follow your Jesus. I don't care. You know, so I will say it. McDonald's spread across this across this globe in the space of, I don't know, 4 years, something, 5, 6, spread across to every country in the fucking world like some kind of virus. And all that capitalist stooge stuff of wrappers and plastic plates instead of real things like plates and bowls and spoons, or factories that make plates and bowls and spoons. You've got, you know, presses that make plastic wrappers instead of a bowl or a plate. And it's just more control, more authoritarian control, less money, less unions, less labor, more factories, you know?
With that, the German bishops were so concerned.
Yeah, the German bishops, I forgot about this, but the German bishops pulled approval from Hitler in like 1943 or something.
The Holy Father, the Pope, to do something about that, to try to protest.
Yeah, Pius or is it Pius? Yeah, I think it's Pius is how they say his name. Pius 11.
With input from the German bishops.
I'm thirsty. I'm going to get some water. I'll be right back. Oh, no, wait, I have a drink over there. I'm going to drink that. I have a nice sugar drink from the other day that I haven't finished. I'll probably drink that. There we go. I farted. I want some yogurt. Let's learn about the Nazis in your spare time, because you might be fighting them in your own fucking country, and they might try and kill you like they did the Jews. You want to know why I think this? I can tell you what initially made me think this. The name Hans Scharf. He was the lead Gestapo interrogator. He lived until 1992. We busted him out of the Nuremberg trials. We did stuff to like Adolf Eichmann and shit that we didn't do to Scharf, even though Scharf was the really scary motherfucker. He was way scarier than Eichmann. Eichmann had terrible ideas and problems and stuff, and was a really bad Nazi. But I mean, this guy wasn't really technically a very bad Nazi. He was just a master Gestapo interrogator of the Luftwaffe, and possibly of all Nazi Germany. So what do? In 1948, Scharf was invited by the United States Air Force to lecture on his interrogation techniques and firsthand experiences. And we had the fucking Nazis train all of our U.S. militaries and all of our first responders and all of our air forces and all of our fucking police how to be fucking Gestapo Nazi jackbooted fucking Nazi thugs. And that's how we got breaching tanks and gas grenades and sarin gas and like, you know, truth serum, lie detector tests, all types of crazy Gestapo tech for interrogating fucking Jews. Essentially, it was tech that we got in humanity because they were interrogating Jews for where their money was before they killed them. That's why they built all those techniques. So America's response to this wasn't to kill the fucking Nazi, like you might think. It was to move him and all of his cohorts to America. Let them take over all of the world, all of the country's fucking militaries and shit. Put him in mosaics in all of our fucking halls in the California State Capitol and LA City Hall and shit like this, like he wasn't a Nazi. But he was the lead Gestapo Nazi interrogator and shit. And we treated him like a fucking hero in this country because he taught all of our police how to be fucking Nazis and Gestapo. He taught ICE how to be ICE. And we venerated him for this. I don't like the people that brought him here, the right wing. I don't like him. I don't like the right-wing Nazis that he heralds from. I don't like his right-wing Nazi interrogation techniques that they use in the prisons now. I don't like that the detectives are acting like Nazis and using Nazi interrogation techniques rather than actually just being detectives. I don't like that, you know, the cops are acting like pigs because they just think that that's what they were trained to do. I don't like that they have like knockdown meth door fucking meth tanks that can take out whole meth cooks and stuff like this. I don't like that they've got bomb robots and all types of shit like that because they really focus on their black bag Gestapo tactics, because we moved Hans Scharf here in 1948 and had him train every single one of our military entities how to be Gestapo. This rubbed off on our leadership and they became Nazis. They took over our country. And he lived to the ripe old age of goddamn 86. He was one of the worst Nazis, and we put him in control of all of our police and all of our military. We had him train all of our police and all of our military, everything the Nazis knew. I would have preferred if that stuff just died and was rediscovered again. He thought that America should become Nazi Germany. I've always thought this about the right wing. The minute I learned about Hans Scharf, I was like, oh, the right wing wants the whole country to be the Gestapo. And the answer is unequivocally yes. And not only that, they bailed this guy out from the Nuremberg trials so they could have him train our pigs how to be fucking Gestapo pigs. So then, you know, when I'm like 17 or something, now I'm a little bit older. When I was like 23, I was like rolling down the street by my house, like 2 blocks from my fucking house. I get pulled over and I've got a tail light out, but the tail light's not out. I know because I check the tail lights every time I get in a car because I don't want a pig using that against me. I might get a drug charge that way. So he's like, tail light's out. And I'm like, no, it isn't. And he's like, yes, it is. And I was like, no, it isn't. And he was like, yes, it is. And I was like, no, it isn't. And he was like, how would you know? You're sitting in the car. You haven't gotten out yet. And I was like, what do you mean yet? And he was like, I'm going to have you get out of the car. And I was like, why? Because your taillight's out. No, it isn't. And he was like, why don't you get out and come see? And I was like, well, because I know it's not out. And if I get out of the car, you might search my car or whatever. And he was like, do you give me permission to search the car? And I was like, no. And he was like, ha 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 ha, you fucking idiot. I'm going to tow the car and search you anyways. Get in the back of my fucking cop car. You cuffed me and threw me in the back of the cop car. He searched my car against my fucking, my rights and violated my civil liberties and unions and all this. And like completely violated my rights in front of me. So I spent the next hour and 45 minutes and then he busted my friend Cody and I never saw Cody ever again. Also, he blackbagged my friend Cody for being in a white gang. I never did ever see Cody ever again, but that's probably Cody's fault. That's not probably this guy's fault. So, but anyways, so I never ever saw Cody again. I was like, Cody, no. And he was like, hey, open container, bro. As they drove off with him, he was like, open container, bro. He was like, no. You could see he was going to jail for like 5 or 10 years. You could just see it. They were never going to let him go. He was like, I'm never going to get out of jail. He told me while I was standing next to him, he was like, I'm not going to get out of jail. They're going to tie me up for 5 or 10 years. And he was like, no, open container, bro. And he was like crying as they hauled him off. He was the hardest motherfucker I ever met. But he was like, open container, bro, as they dragged him off in their black bag Gestapo. They didn't even tell me where they took him or what happened or what they busted him for or anything like that. They just fucking hauled him off, just no problem. And so then, you know, I'm dealing with the open container charge, which was my charge, by the way. It was my beer. I had to pay that charge. It was an open container charge. And I was like, oh, I wasn't drinking. He didn't roll me for DUI. I wasn't drunk. I didn't have any alcohol in my breath. That was not the issue here. There was an empty beer can under my seat from like a couple of days before that my friend Cody had left there. And like fucking, and so it was Cody's beer can, but it was my car. So I caught the goddamn open container charge. They just black bagged him way back then. And so then I spent the next hour and 45 minutes being like, why did you fucking search my car when I did not give you permission? Why did you violate my fucking rights? The judge will hear about this. If I could record this, I would. Why did you violate my fucking, my civil liberties and such? Why did you search my car without my permission? Why did you violate and trespass in my property and all this shit? I'm just yelling at him at this point. I was like, you Gestapo Nazi F it, right to his face. I was like, you Gestapo Nazi F it. I will not stand by and watch you turn my country into Nazi Germany. And he was like, why you keep calling me a Nazi? I will talk to the judge. Yeah, we will talk to the judge, right? And then, 2 weeks later, I go into the court date and the judge is like, why do you keep calling this poor little bitch ass fucking pig a fucking pig fucking Nazi? And I was like, because he said, do you give me permission to search the car? I said no. He laughed in my face. He searched the car anyways, and then he towed it just to punitively punish me and force me to pay a tow. So I called him a fucking Gestapo Nazi because by the way, I went and checked. The fucking taillight wasn't out. It's still not out. That taillight that he says is out there in the fucking parking lot, and it is not out. That taillight has not ever been out. I argued with the judge. I argued with the pig. I was like, no, I'm going to argue with all of you guys because I'm not in the wrong here. You pulled me over for no reason. You fucked my friend, and I'm never going to see him again. All this other shit, and I was like, why? For what? I was driving to the fucking King Supers 4 blocks down the road. I wasn't drunk. I had an open container from a previous session 2 days before, but I mean, I didn't have like weed or I mean, I did have speed. It was in my wallet, but they didn't know. They didn't find it. They brought drug dogs. They did everything. They did their whole Gestapo fucking thing. I had a goddamn gram of meth in my fucking wallet, and I kept handing him my wallet. He was like, give me your wallet. And I was like, all right. Because he was like, he kept wanting to see my ID and stuff. And he knew I was hiding dope. He knew it. He spent like an hour and a half searching me and searching that car. He was like, I know you've got dope. And I was like, he was like, you're rolling with this white gang kid who we busted with a meth crew and all this. He was like, I know you've got dope. He kept saying it. He was like, I know you've got dope. And I was like, no, I don't. Because until you find it, I don't. Do I? Am I going to self-incriminate? No. And so I kept handing him the wallet. He asked me to pass the wallet like 4 times. And I was like, yeah, here you go. And I passed him the gram of meth, and he like went searching through my wallet. He didn't find the gram of meth because he doesn't know where the gram of meth is. And he just hands me the gram of meth back to me. And I say, why are you doing this? I don't have a taillight out. And he was like, no, you didn't have a taillight out. I was looking for your reaction. And I was like, yeah, my reaction was that I don't have a taillight out. Why are you pulling me over? And he was like, that wasn't the right reaction. You were acting guilty and weird, like you were high. And I was like, I'm not high. I'm dead sober. I'm not breaking the law. My friend's not breaking the law. You pulled over somebody on a false pretense and you rolled us, profiled us. Now you're profiling him on a gang tattoo. He really was profiled by like that gang tattoo that he had. Fucked him and fucked me. It like caused me to get searched for like 3 hours. It was so annoying. That fucking gang tattoo, a stupid ass gang tattoo that Cody had, fucking stupid. It got me searched for like 3 hours. Don't look like a gang member. It's never wise. Why so many Americans have tattoos and fucking gang shit and gangs, throwing up gang symbols and looking like Lil Wayne or whatever? That's okay if you're Lil Wayne, but it's not really cool if you're in a gang, because it's not really cool to be in a gang. So it's like that weird gang shit that he was into with the fucking gang tattoo got me fucked in the ass. I had to fucking like pay a $300 ticket and deal with a court case, 2 court cases. Court dates, 2 court dates, one that got moved. And then I had to argue with the judge for an hour in his own court about how Gestapo it actually was. At the end of it, he conceded. He was like, yeah, you did not give him permission to search. He violated your rights. You could sue him for this. He was like, you could sue him for this. And you don't choose to do so. And I was like, no, I am not a litigious person. I don't do things to people for no reason. You know, and I talked the judge out of the ticket. I talked him out of the fucking the taillight ticket. It was a $300 ticket. I talked him out of it. Then he was like, well, if you apologize to him, I'm just going to drop this. And I was like, no, that man is a fucking pig fucking Nazi Gestapo asshole. He searched me for no reason. He fucked my friend. He profiled us for a gang, and I've never been in a gang. I'm sorry, he did. He profiled me for being in a gang. I'm a white kid from West Denver. I'm not in a fucking gang. You're fucking piece of shit pig. Fucked it up. He fucked everything up. He fucked up the whole thing. And on top of it, he didn't even get the fucking open container charge. The whole thing was like a 5-hour waste of time of my tax money. The whole thing. When I walked out, there was like people cheering and laughing at me. And I was like, I'm not gonna not call this guy. And he was like, well, you have freedom of speech. I can't stop you from calling him a Nazi or a Gestapo. And I was like, well, he rolled me like Gestapo 3 blocks from my fucking house, lied about my taillight, and used it to search my car to find some reason to fuck me. When he did, you dropped the charge because you know it's bullshit. Yeah, I had the open container, but he used false pretenses to get it. If I had a real money and a real lawyer instead of being poor in the ghetto and smoking meth or whatever, I would take a lawyer to this fucking judge and this cop because he did violate my fucking rights. He violated my fucking rights, and I'll never forget it. And so, yeah, and ever since then, I've thought of them as Gestapo. They're Gestapo trained. They wear Gestapo riot gear. They do black bag Gestapo abductions right in your own neighborhood. I guarantee they do. And like fucking all this other shit, they'll just take somebody. I've seen them do it so many times. They'll just take somebody. They won't even tell you why. One time, I got pulled out of a house, and they were like, "We're taking you to city." And I was like, I didn't do anything. And they were like, she's filing an assault charge on you. And I was like, is she actually filing it? And they were like, yes. And I was like, no, she is so high all the time. She just threatened to, didn't she? And they're like, yes. And I was like, go ahead, fucking bust me for fucking assaults. You go right ahead. I've not touched this girl. You know I've not touched this girl. There's not a bruise on her. You go right ahead and bust me for assault, and I'm going to beat the fucking case. I challenged him to it. I was like, drop the assault charge. You go right the fuck ahead. I'll skate. I told him, I was like, I have not laid a finger on this fucking girl. There's no evidence, nothing at all. No proof, no bruise, nothing. There's nothing, no proof. And I didn't touch her. I bumped her out the door with my belly, and she fell on her butt briefly for about a second. And she was so embarrassed and so mad that I bumped her with my belly down to her butt and then locked the door on her to get her out of the house that she was fucking trespassing in because the owner fucking told me to. And they came and they hauled her off too because she was trespassing, but nobody pressed any charges against her because the owner was dead. So, but like, you know, it was just crazy. So he's hauling me off to city. And I was like, what is the charge here, sir? And he was like, assault. And I was like, where is the proof, the evidence, or the statement? And he was like, we don't have that yet. And I was like, so she said that I struck her? And he was like, no, she said that you bumped her out the door with your belly. And he was like, that's assault. And I was like, yeah, yes, it is. If, you know, there was any force in it, but I bumped her with the force of shutting a door